Hello, Stagger. Yeah, I'm Elri. Oh, it never occurred to me that Early could be like Earl, like you're an Earl. Hello, Zach. Hello, Sunshine. Everybody can see the video properly, right? Not showing up properly on my computer, but you guys can see it, right? Oh, man. Good! Yay! We did it! So like, looking at this opening again, knowing what happened last time, I'm suddenly like, oh. Yeah, I guess this really is a super hardcore one. Hey Lily, hey Saren. Does anybody need a recap for what they missed last time, or were you all here for the end? Because the end kind of went out of control. Also, how was your guys' day? Good? You were not at the end. Okay, how do I explain? I wonder if I can... Listen, let me back out of the... Back. Can I go to the extra? Oh, they don't... They... Ah! Rated MJ has donated $5 and says, Ravenclaw, the best house ever! Oh, yell all of that. Well, I think I basically did. Congratulations on being sorted into Ravenclaw MJ, the explicitly best house, the best one there is. Bye, Cece. I hope your internet works better. Well, okay, so what happened, Saren? I mean, this is probably just a good recap for all of us. We tried to make the new time machine, which was the time machine where we can send our memories back into the past. We succeeded. We made the time machine. We recapped how the time machine works on 3 separate occasions for about 30 minutes each time. Then, we had a party to celebrate that we fixed it. All of a sudden, in the middle of the party, Tokyo's like, hey, guess what? All subway lines to Akihabara, where all of our characters are currently located, have been shut down due to bomb threats. Part-time warrior sees this, the one that we think is from the future, sees this, and she's like, hey, you finished the time machine today, right? And Okabe's like, yeah. And she's like, okay, well, I'm out, bye! And she just disappears. And then, like, a couple seconds later, a team of 5 armed men, like, with guns, burst through the door and aim all their guns at all of us. And we're like, what was happening? And then Moeka shows up, and she's like, hi, I work for CERN. Give us your time machine and come with us quietly. And Okabe's like, no. Why should we do that? We don't have to do that. That sounds dumb. Let's not do that. And she's like, come with us now or I will kill you. And she's like, haha. He's like, haha, no. That would be dumb. And then she shoots and kills our childhood friend, who dies in Okabe's arms. Like, literally, she's dead. And so everybody's understandably freaked out. And Okabe's about to go punch Moeka, which would have definitely gotten him killed, when Part-time warrior shows up again and, like, just dispatches all of the guards in, like, 10 seconds, just beating them all up. And then she pulls a gun on Moeka, who has a gun pulled on her, and they're in a standoff. And she turns to Okabe and is like, I turned on the TV downstairs, but in code, like, super, you know? I turned on the TV, basically trying to tell him to go back in time and time travel. He and Genius Girl figure that out, run into the room, try to time travel as the guards are going after them. And they don't even know if the time travel is going to work, so we don't actually know what happens. That's where the chapter ended. That's where we are. So this is going to be fun, right? Right? This is gonna be great. This is not gonna be scary. This is not gonna be... The fact that it's called metaphysics necrosis should not be something that frightens any of us. Necrosis is only ever good, right? There will be happy trees. I guess everybody who's seen the anime already is like laughing at us, so I guess let's just go in, I guess. Let's just do it. They killed my Yuri. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, was the time travel successful? I feel really bad for him. No matter how many times I call her name, Mayuri doesn't answer. What's happening? Mayuri is standing in front of a grave, gazing at the sky. The grave belongs to her grandmother, who died when Mayuri was 11 years old. We're off to a wonderful start. Her parents were always busy with work, so her grandmother was her only companion. I was close to Mayuri's family, so her death was sad for me too. At the wake, I expected Mayuri to break down and cry. She didn't. Instead, she spent the whole time gazing vacantly at her grandmother's memorial portrait. Hey Kukutsu, I hope you're ready for a very sad start to your morning. 6 months went by. I had advanced to middle school, so Mayuri and I no longer commuted together. But whenever I passed the cemetery on the way home, Mayuri would always be standing there. Every day, rain or shine, she would stand for hours before the grave, staring wordlessly at the sky, as if she could see her grandmother in heaven. In her hands, an old pocket watch. The watch had belonged to her grandmother. Mayuri always held it when visiting the grave. Stop saying Mayuri like that! I'm gonna have to punch you so hard! Why she didn't shoot Daru is beyond me. Oh, thank you very much for reminding me, Negapol. God dang. No matter how many times I called her name, Mayuri did not answer. Back then, Mayuri wouldn't talk to anyone. Not to me, not even to her parents. Whenever I saw her standing there, staring at the sky, I felt unease grip my heart. Her gaze was so earnest, her intentions so pure, that I feared some power might grant her wish and carry her off to heaven to join her beloved grandmother. Writing's really good. And so, to ensure that nothing like that happened, I made sure to stop by the cemetery every day. I would stand next to the sky-gazing Mayuri and call her name. Stop saying that! But no matter how many times I'd call her, Mayuri wouldn't reply. The only sound in the lonely cemetery was the echo of my voice calling her name. Hey, Ian. It was raining that day, too. Mayuri had a light blue umbrella. In contrast to the umbrella's color, the sky was glazed gray, covered in clouds. After a while, the rain stopped. Rays of light shone through the gaps in the clouds.
I'll support you.
A stunningly beautiful sight. Thank you very much, MJ. Thank you for resubscribing. Congratulations on continuing to be part of the fold, and thank you. Hey, Thorn. Remembrance rays, they're called, or sometimes the Angel's Ladder. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the cemetery. It caught Mayuri's umbrella and carried it into the sky. Mayuri seemed not to notice. She kept staring at the sky. And then, slowly, so very slowly, she stretched her hand out to the sky. as if to grasp the rays of light, as if her grandmother were reaching down to pull her up. And then she lifted herself on her toes. To me, it looked as if she were floating up towards heaven. Impulsively, I grabbed Mayuri's outstretched hand and pulled her into my embrace. In retrospect, my fears were just a childish fantasy, but at the time I truly believed Mayuri might vanish. I'm having problems, Guy. I won't let you go. Oh my god, help me! Help me! Somebody help me! Somebody help me! Somebody help me! Of course he gave her reaching out a silly name. He has no coping mechanisms for this. Listen to how vulnerable his voice sounds in this scene. Compare it to how he usually talks. I'm having problems. I won't let anyone take you away. I realized how embarrassing the words coming from my own mouth were. Oh my god, is that where this comes from? Is that where this comes from? Are you? God. You're my hostage now, my guinea pig. Hey, Jabota. Hey, Connor. It was the first excuse that came to mind. Before her grandmother died, Mayuri and I were fans of a popular TV series about costumed heroes battling evil. I particularly admired the villain, a mad scientist. I even got pretty good at mimicking his lines. Now I was doing it to hide my embarrassment. I could feel my face growing red, but I kept up the mad scientist act all the same. If nothing else, it was better than admitting my insecurities. There is no escaping me. Wahahaha. Yeah, things are making sense for me, Negapool. As I said this, I realized Mayuri was shaking. She whispered. It was the first time in 6 months that I had heard her speak. Her voice was choked with tears. Mayushi's your hostage. So I'm stuck here, huh? She smiled happily. Tears fell from her eyes. Oh my god! And then Mayuri buried her face in my chest. Okay, great. This is perfect. Wonderful. Great. I'm so happy. She's his hostage so that she won't disappear off to heaven. So that she has a reason to stay on Earth. I hate this. And then she buried her face in my chest. It's very anime, but listen, the writing in this game has been so good. That is not Stockholm Syndrome, Thorn. I'm gonna punch you in the face. The writing in this game is very good. I'm gonna punch someone. Daru is now the only one without redemption. I'm sure Moika has her reasons. Where am I? Who am I? I can't see. I can barely think. Sorry. Sorry, that's a thing that I normally say. I apologize. A terrible screech fills my head like feedback from a giant speaker. Okay, yep, he's in pain. It penetrates my brain like 100 sharp needles, stabbing me right behind the eyes. I thought brains weren't supposed to feel pain. Eh? Yep, that's definitely the sound of somebody who's witnessed their childhood friend die. And there's more. I feel a shiver of pleasure beneath the pain and a terrible itching like my body is on fire. I ship Okabe in my area now really bad. I want to crack open my skull and tear out my brain. I want to scrape out my soft gray matter with my fingers and eat it. The assault on my brain is driving me crazy. Who am I? Okabe, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, the shattered pieces of the world reform. I slowly come back to my senses. I'm in the lab, standing in front of the phone wave with my cell phone to my ear. No, not the phone wave. Since headgear is attached to it, it's the time leap machine. It's hard to breathe. Give me oxygen. I hear a low, wheezing groan and realize it's coming from my own throat. Good voice actor. I close my mouth, then take a deep breath. The insides of my throat feel like they're burning. I resist the urge to cough and continue filling my lungs with air. I notice I'm drenched in sweat. The drops sliding down my forehead are annoying. I try to wipe them away with the back of my right hand. My hand obeys. Slowly. Something's off. It's like my body and my mind aren't totally in sync with each other. Almost as if this isn't really my body. As if my nerves aren't communicating properly with my extremities. I try blinking slowly. This might just be my imagination. Could this be exhaustion? I haven't slept much lately. I try to move my hand again. There's no disconnect this time. This is my body. Okabe, are you listening? A familiar voice. I turn around slowly. Risu's there. She stares at me, perplexed. What was all that screaming for? Hey, Maddie. What is she talking about? Are you sick? I try answering, but my voice doesn't work too well. Even more bewildered, I clear my throat several times. No, I'm fine. Yup. Get ready to go already. We're going shopping, remember? Shopping? For what? I search my memories. The moment I do, images appear in my mind like a string of exploding light bulbs. Humans are temporal beings. And now you're fine. Are you sure about this, really? Is he gonna scream? I remember now. I use the time leap machine. You'll remember the future. That's right. What am I standing around for? Where am I? Huh? I grab Kurisu's shoulders and pull her close. What time is it now? What month? What day? Hey, that hurts. Calm down. How can I be calm? Shopping? You said we're going shopping? Which shopping trip is she talking about? Daru's sitting at his computer, staring at us wide-eyed. Daru, what day is it? What time is it? It's the 13th, a little past 5. The 13th, a little past 5. Did it work? Did I manage to leap in the middle of all that chaos? Did my memories really jump through time? Does that mean I've leaped into my past self? Is there a chance it was all a dream? Thinking back forward, it doesn't seem real. Commandos breaking into the lab. It's like something out of a Hollywood movie. But the sight of Mayuri broken and bloody is burned into my eyes. I remember the smell of blood. The sound of the gunshot. The weight of the headgear on my head. The pain of the bullet tearing through my arm. Risu screaming, Suzuha fighting to defend us. I remember it all vividly. I touched my arm. No bullet holes. No pain, even. Was it all a dream? I don't know. I've never time leaped before. I can only hope that it was a dream. A future like that is too much to bear. I recall Mayuri's last moments and my eyes fill with tears. I force the tide of emotion back. Where's Mayuri? Hey, Cliff! We've time traveled! I look around the lab. Kurisu and Daru are here, but I can't find Mayuri. Where's Mayuri? She just left saying she was going to Lukashi's place. Weren't you listening? That's right. Mayuri went to beg Lukaku to wear a costume. She won't return until it's time for the party. What do I do? What do I believe? Was it a dream? Or was it real? If it was a dream, then I don't have to worry about anything. If it was real, then I need to act. Now. I take a deep breath. No! No! It must have been a dream. There's no way something like that could really happen. It was a nightmare brought on by anxiety, that's all. Hey, Maya. Hey, Inaturvo. There's no other logical explanation. This is science fiction. I desperately persuade myself it's so. Little do I know that I will soon regret my foolishness. So a quick recap for all the completely new people. This is a game called Steins. It's a science fiction game. It's mostly a kinetic novel, meaning there's not that many choices. You can have different side scenes, but pretty much the plot goes the same in every game. Never played it before. What's happened so far, we've accidentally developed a time machine and gotten ourselves entangled in a conspiracy with a company called CERN that a time traveler from the future claims, well, he claims he's a time traveler from the future, and he claims that CERN takes over the world because they've been developing time travel in secret and they use it to kind of create a dystopia. So we developed our own time machine through pure chance, and then upgraded it so that we could send our memories back through time. When we did that, CERN came, killed Mayuri, and we went back in time to try and save everybody. And that is what is currently happening right now. CERN is an actual corporation in real life. A lot of the events in this game, I mean, outside of the actual time machines, are based on real life. So the time traveler who came from the future, you can Google him. His name is John Titor. He posted on the internet in real life. So yeah. Little do I know that I will soon regret my foolishness. Kurisu goes shopping alone. I stay in the lab with Daru, waiting for Mayuri to return. I'm back! An innocent smile. Mayuri's alive. Nothing will happen to her. Ah, you're an idiot. I was worried for nothing! He's gonna go actually insane. When Suzuha arrives, we begin the meeting. Okarin, Okarin! I called Ferris-chan and Luka-chan, but they said they couldn't come. I've heard these words before. Deja vu, a trick of the mind. Oh, do they have plans? Ferris-chan has a Rhinet tournament. Crap, I should have gone to cheer. How careless of me. And Luka-chan seemed embarrassed for some reason. Maybe she thinks you'll make her wear a costume again. It's just like my dream. I've never remembered a dream this vivid before. I remember every word that was spoken. You still haven't convinced her to cosplay? She said it was embarrassing. I keep telling her cuteness is justice, but she never listens. Cuteness is justice. Is that what they say? Hey, Kue. You're cute too, Chris-chan. Huh? Hey, Komima's coming up. Wanna go? I can't make something new, but I have a costume of post-awakening Seira from Bloodtune I made last year. I think the size is just right for you, too. Need cosplay? I'm sorta interested. But I refuse to do it in public, though. You don't have to show anyone, but eventually you'll want them to see. The cosplay demon compels you. That reminds me, Chris-chan, you're always wearing that cute uniform. What school is it from? Oh, this? I attended Ayamine for about 2 weeks. I modeled this outfit after their uniform. Oh, their uniform's really cute, but you made it even cuter. You might have really good design sense. I'll bring the costume tomorrow, okay? Will you try it on then? Sure. When's the photo shoot? Good to know you're still a pervert, Hashida. Come on, it's Bloodtune Seira. She's got Panmoto going on. Panmoto? It means her panties are completely exposed. This is literally, word for word, the exact conversation that they had last time. They're not panties, so it's not embarrassing. Japan is over. Wear it, okay? It's a promise. Maybe you shouldn't bother. Suzuha speaks, her tone sharp. She's scowling at Kurisu again. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room changes. I remember this too. I feel like I'm losing my mind here. They are fighting. You're asking for trouble by trusting her. Did I do something to you? No, but I know everything you've done. What do you mean? I've done nothing to be guilty of. Perhaps, but I know your true nature. Oh, you can see into my heart? Groundbreaking technology. I'd love to hear how it works. Not science, it's a prediction. So you're just making it up? I know. Mayuri clings to me with teary eyes. Stop them from fighting. Should I listen to Mayuri's plea, like I did in the dream? Knowing that I can't stop the fight, should I just let Mayuri handle it instead? I don't know. I can't move a muscle. Jeez. Mayuri pouts, then goes over to the two girls. We definitely know that Suzuha's, like, from the future, or at least knows about CERN enough to come in and save us from them, so... Guys, Mayushi doesn't like it when you fight. Let's all get along, okay? Garu comes over to chat with Suzuha, and gradually peace returns to the lab. Producer's in the development room, making a call, probably to her mother in America. I sit on the sofa and watch TV while sipping Dr. P, but I can't pay attention to what I see on the screen. It doesn't enter my head. Mayuri sits down next to me. Yeah, she admitted her dad. She's here looking for her dad, and her dad is someone called Beryl Titer, and she says John Titer isn't her dad. Okabe thinks John Titer is her dad. I think she's John Titer. She peels a banana and begins eating it. I take a potato chip and eat it! Hey, Okarin. It's been really lively here these past few weeks, huh? Why are you saying the same things as in that terrible dream? It was a dream. It has to be a dream. It's fun! Mayuri smiles happily, not noticing my lack of a reply. I know, this is torture! Now that there are 8 lab mems, Mayushi thinks it's getting a little cramped in here. First, we don't have enough chairs. We should buy more. Do you have money, Okarin? I shake my head wordlessly. For some reason, I'm afraid to look Mayuri in the face. I guess you can use some of my salary. We need a new microwave, too. Otherwise, I can't warm up any juicy chicken #1. Okarin, are you okay? You don't look so good. Nothing? Hello, Franklin. Are you feeling sick? Then you need to rest. Want to lie down? You can lie in my lap, okay? Nope, I don't know what that is. I'm not... Uh-huh. Before I can finish, the television interrupts me with an urgent news bulletin. The subtitles read, Terrorist bomb threat suspends Yamanote Sobu Keihin Tohoku lines. A bomb threat? Hang on. Those lines all pass through Akiba. How is Mayushi gonna get home? Oh yeah, I should call home. No, it can't be. It's the same. Every last thing the same. Okabe Rintaro, I need to know. It was a dream. You've completed the time leap machine, right? It had to be a dream. But if it was a dream, then why? Are you listening? The time leap machine's done. Okay. I just remembered I've got something to do. I'm going out. Suzuha leaves the lab without another word. What's wrong with her? Does she know what's about to happen? Nothing's going to happen. The break-in was a dream. But no matter how hard I try to convince myself of that, I can't shake the icy hand clutching my heart. I hate this. I can't breathe. Even though it's hot and humid, my body shivers. I remember this feeling too, from the dream. Did I choose wrong? Was I granted a second chance only to let it go to waste? A soft feeling against my fingers. I look down to see Mayuri's hand holding mine. When I look up, I see worry written in her face. I reflexively look towards the door. The dream wasn't a dream, then. Any second now. Oh, you're a fucking idiot. It happens exactly as I remember. 5 men burst into the lab. Their movements are swift and sure, professional, and each of them is carrying a gun. They spread out just inside the door and aim their weapons at us. I recognize each of them. There's no denying it now. I did leap through time. It was the future I remembered. I was supposed to change this present to stop the madness about to unfold. But I told myself it was a dream and wasted my chance to save everyone. Hands in the air, nobody move. Silence. Time seems to grind to a halt. The men say nothing. Why didn't I do anything to... Isn't that why I leapt through time? The sound of heels echoes down the hallway. A woman is coming up the stairs. Kiryu Moeka. The woman who will kill Mayuri. The dream was real. Those were memories of the future. This is happening because I did nothing to stop it. Oeka-san? We're taking the time machine. If I kill her first, will Mayuri live? I consider the option but soon give up. The real danger is the men behind her. 3 of them have assault rifles. They'll gun us down the instant I try anything. My only hope is for Suzuha to make her move before Mayuri's shot. Is there even a chance? Makise kurisu, okabe rintaro hashire itaru. 3 of you will come with us. Hey, kitten! Can't resist. Come with us. Where? I have no words. At least tell us where we're going. Can't refuse. There's nowhere to run. We have men stationed throughout Akihabara. I don't want to hurt anyone. The 3 of you come with us. Why just the 3 of us? I'm not answering your questions. Come with us. It's your only choice. Moeka-san, you're a lab mem too, aren't you? In reply, Moeka pulls a gun from her belt and points it at us. It's happening again. Our mission is to silence you. Your refusal to come will change nothing. Yes, kitten. In fact, Okabe leaped back through time and then believed everything was a dream and decided not to do anything about it. So it's happening again. Come with us, now. If you continue to resist, I'll have to resort to extreme measures. Moeka slowly raises her gun. She points the muzzle at Shina Mayuri is not needed. I try to shout, stop, but my voice catches in my throat. Nothing comes out but a pitiful wheeze. I turn to Kurisu for help. Kurisu's staring at Mayuri. She looks as if she might start crying at any second. I turn to Daru. He's shaking. His lips moves as if to speak, but nothing comes out. Someone. Anyone. Please. Stop her. Stop Moeka. CERN. FB. Her lips close tightly. A sharp, dry crack splits the air. Time slows to a crawl. Moeka pulled the trigger. Blood spurts from Mayuri's forehead. It splashes across my face, wet and warm. Her delicate, frail body falls towards me. I catch her. Her body is limp like a puppet with no strings. Her head and arms dangle lifelessly. The smell of gunpowder fills my nose. And then the smell of blood. I feel like we could have not this happening right now. Daru clutches his head and falls to his knees, screaming at the top of his lungs. In my arms, Mayuri takes one long, ragged breath. Then... She's dead. Mayuri's dead. Again. Her face is covered in blood. Her blood stains my hands. Warm. You three come with us, now. Yeah, literally, I don't know, many things could have been done. No more warnings. Many things aside from him just doing exactly the literal same thing he did before. Resist and we will kill you too. I hear a voice, but I can't comprehend what it's saying. It's the same. I knew it would be. I let Mayuri die again, because I didn't believe my own memories of the future. I lay Mayuri down on the floor. Sorry, Mayuri. I'm so sorry. I stand up. Rage takes hold of me once again. I'm helpless to resist. I take one menacing step towards Moeka. Kurisu grabs my hand before I can take another. You can't. Let me go! You can't, they'll kill you! Moeka's gun is aimed at my head. Her finger is already on the trigger. You gonna kill me too? If you resist. Please, Okabe, do what she says, okay? Otherwise, they'll kill you too. I grip my teeth and suppress my anger. Just then, something small and round strikes Moeka's gun hand. She drops her gun. At her feet lies a small stone. Get down! The next events transpire exactly as I remember. Suzuha appears in the doorway, knocking down the first man before anyone can react. She then proceeds to dispatch the remaining men with a series of swift, precise maneuvers. Who the hell? The dark-skinned man, the last one standing, takes aim at Suzuha with his assault rifle. But before he can fire... Oh, hey, Lin. Thank you. Suzuha snatches a stunned attacker's gun and shoots at him. Blood spurts from the man's hand. Without stopping, Suzuha delivers a soaring roundhouse kick to the man's jaw. Enough. Moeka and Suzuha point their guns at each other. A standoff. Neither moves. Silence returns to the room. Who are you? 42. She glances at me. TV. This time I already know what she means. Turned on. I make a break for the development room. Don't move. That's my line! Kurisu's right behind me. I grab the headgear and jam it on my head without a moment's hesitation. Okabe, I'm going back. But what if it fails? Get the machine started. There's no time to argue. I grab Mode Snake from the shelf. Kurisu bites her lip and starts setting up the X-68000. Okabe Rintaro, one of them's headed your way! Kill them! Don't let them use it! Before the new crew cut man enters the development room, I push the switch. White smoke instantly fills the room, rendering it impossible to see. Are you sure, Okabe? Are you sure about this? Really? Do it, Kurisu! Activate the machine! I see blue-white light shining through the smoke. The discharge is starting. Light rapidly grows brighter. The floor begins to shake. Singularity is open. I crouch down, holding the headset with one hand. This is reality. It wasn't a dream. I burned that fact into my mind as I prepared a time leap. One more chance. The shaking begins. Please, give me one more chance. Once more, the world explodes in delight. Man, boy, you are so lucky you even get a second chance, you piece of crap. Hey, Niznab. I can't hear. It feels like something is crushing my eardrums. Slowly, the shattered pieces of the world reform. My body convulses as if struck by lightning. I am Okabe Rintaro. I'm in the lab development room, standing in front of the time leap machine with my phone to my ear. My brain hurts again. This isn't like a headache, it's somehow deeper. With the pain comes a torrent of emotions, sorrow, longing, hope, joy, that threatens to wash away my psyche. However, only one thing matters. Worked again. I quickly returned to the lounge. You surprised me. I almost crashed into Kurisu. Don't startle me like that. Daru, is it just before 5 on the 5th? On the 13th? Yeah? Alright, time leap's successful. I pat Kurisu on the shoulders, almost in an embrace. You're a genius. What's gotten into you? Stop manhandling me, it's gross! I scramble for my phone. My god, he moves through his phone so slowly. Mayushi here! Mayuri, where? But I can't answer the phone right now. Went to voicemail? Please leave your message after the beep. Mayuri, contact me at once, okay? At once! I don't know, text her, dude. I hang up. I look at my watch again. It's just past 5. Thank God for the time leap machine. It makes me shiver to imagine what would have happened without it. I have 3 hours until Moeka kills Mayuri. Everything's gonna be okay. There's plenty of time to escape. First, I'll meet up with Mayuri and leave Akiba. Yeah, what the hell are you gonna do? Abandon everybody else? Bitch, your first choice of action should be to contact part-time warrior who obviously knows exactly what is going on and how to get out of here, you moron. We can go to Ikebukuro. Wait, what if they're watching our house? Maybe we should hop the bullet train and get out of Tokyo entirely. Anyway, we're fine as long as Moeka doesn't find her today. But first, I need to find Mayuri. Okabe, you look kind of crazy. What's wrong? With how fast he moves. Kurisu and Daru look at me with concern. Both of you get out of here, now. What's this about? I check my wallet. I only have 9,000 yen and some change. I'll need to stop by an ATM and withdraw everything I have. Is this another one of your fantasies? Kurisu shrugs her shoulders, dumbfounded. I don't have time to answer her. I slip beside her and dash out of the lab. Okabe, where are you going? Hey! He's really not doing a good job. It would be very easy if he could just say 2 sentences. I time traveled to the future. They're coming for us. We need to get out. Easy, done. I run full speed to Yanabayashi Shrine. Naturally, I have to stop for breath before I get more than a few blocks. The sun is setting, but the temperature still hasn't dropped below 30. Sweat quickly covers my entire body. I'm not good at exercise in the first place. I finally stagger through the archway. Now I regret not borrowing Suzuha's bicycle. But no, there wasn't time for that. Finding Mayuri comes first. I mean, I know he's traumatized, but he's really dinking this up. I run to the courtyard where I find Lukako standing alone with her bamboo broom. Lukako! Oh, Okabe-san. She bows her head. What's wrong? Mayuri, where's Mayuri? Mayuri-chan already left. She left? Yes. When you see her, could you tell her I'm sorry? I'd really prefer not to cosplay. I don't want to disappoint her, but it's too embarrassing to dress like that in front of people. I finally catch my breath. I don't have time to listen to Lukako's apologies. Mayuri went back to the lab? Huh? I think so. That doesn't make sense. I know she comes to lab around 6:30. It's still 5:30. No matter how slowly you walk, it shouldn't take more than 20 minutes to get to the lab. What was she doing for the extra 40 minutes? We don't have time for this. You didn't say she was dropping by somewhere? No, I didn't ask. Is something wrong? If Mayuri comes back here, tell her to call me right away. Okay. I'd better check the lab. We might have missed each other. He's doing like a really bad job of all of this. When I get back to the lab, nobody's there but Daru. Could Isu go shopping by herself? I call out to him as he's ordering pizza on the computer. Where's Mayuri? Did she come back? Huh? No. Where is she? I take a bottle of Dr. P out of the fridge and chug it down. We don't have time for this, you moron. The cold, sparkling liquid wets my parched throat and drives the heat away. Now I can think. Man, it's a good thing you're thinking now. You definitely wasted 40 minutes. But I still can't relax. Every minute, every second is precious. Each moment I waste brings me closer to Mayuri's death. Hey, Okarin, why are you so jumpy? I need to find Mayuri. Isn't she at Lukashi's? Not anymore. She was gone by the time I got there. I start to pace in irritation. Maybe she went to see one of her cosplay friends. Who? What's her phone number? How should I know? Damn. It's easy to forget since she's usually here, but Mayuri and I rarely spend time together outside of the lab. May Queen and the shrine, that's about it. I have no idea where else she might go. May Queen doesn't even exist on this world line. And now that you mention it. You know something? I think she said her phone was about to run out of power. She had to turn it off. Convenient. Yet another setback. Not only am I unable to contact her, she might not even notice my phone calls. Hey, what's going on? Why are you still here, Daru? I thought I told you to leave. I sit on the sofa. I feel the weight of stress on my shoulders and in my bones. I'm not leaving without a good reason. Tell me what's going on, man. They're going to kill Mayuri. What? Turns after us. In 2 hours, their men will break in and kill Mayuri. Get out while you still can. What? For real? Can you get in touch with Kurisu? Pass the message on to her. In 2 hours? How do you know that? Daru pauses for a moment. He looks towards the development room where the time leap machine is sitting. No way. You used it? I nod gravely. God, it's about time. You could have done that 40 fucking minutes ago. I kick Daru out of the lab and send him home. He promised to call Kurisu for me and tell her to stay at her hotel, but a few minutes later she calls me directly and demands an explanation. It takes some effort, but I manage to convince her to do as I say. Now I just need to wait for Mayuri to get back. I thought about looking for her, but it's too risky. We could miss each other like we did at the shrine. Better to wait here in front of the building. While waiting, I try to convince myself everything will be okay. Mayuri returns to the lab at 6:30. That leaves about an hour before Moeka's attack. In an hour, we could ride the bullet train from Tokyo Station to Shizuoka. Is that the best plan? Maybe we should get off at Yokohama and lay low in a hotel for a while. I can think about what comes next after Mayuri's safe. Time leap machine doesn't matter. Moeka can have it. My top priority is to prevent Mayuri's death. Sweat accumulates on my forehead and rolls down my face. Hurry back, Mayuri. Huh? Startled, I turn towards the voice. Suzuha and Mr. Brown have emerged from the Brown Tube workshop. I see them lock the door. Guess they're closing up shop. That's right, I forgot about Suzuha. What are you doing here, Okabe Rintaro? That reminds me. During the attack, she took down 5 armed commandos in the blink of an eye. How did you forget this? Why are you so dumb? Ugh, okay. I still can't believe it. Where does an 18-year-old girl learn to move like that? Gee, I don't know. It's almost like she knows stuff about the future. Like she's been hinting this entire game. It's almost like she I don't know, she just comes from around here. She's had to eat bugs to survive in the past. I wonder where she could have come from that doesn't have food because it's like a, I don't know, dystopia or something. That would be really weird. Man, and she said she's related to Tiger. I don't know what that's about. Man, weird how she knows how to kill people and how to handle a gun. She just has a gun on her in the middle of Japan. It's really weird how that's happening. I don't know, Okabe, I don't know. Where do you think an 18-year-old girl learns to move like that? And then there was her strange behavior immediately before the attack. She left as soon as she heard about the bomb threat, almost as if she knew something was going to happen. What? She knew? What? Terribly difficult, Eon. like so difficult. And finally, there's that business with her father. Everything about her is a mystery. Who is Amane Suzuha? I don't know, probably an ally. Oh, I know. You're getting ready for that party tonight, aren't you? How did you know we're having a party? Ina Mayuri. She came by earlier today to invite me over. Hope you got room for one more, cause I'm... You can't! Am I a bother? No. It's okay, I understand. I guess I'm still an outsider. That's not it! What's wrong with you, Okabe? This is not bad writing, this is very, very, very good writing. Don't insult my precious game. Let my part-timer join your little club. You owe her, remember? It's thanks to her belly that I let you off the hook for shaking the building last time. Ew. Belly? Hey! Suzuha has recovered her jacket. She's probably properly dressed now. She's got a fine belly, tight and well-trained. I'm standing right here, you dirty old man. Stuff like that is actually just kind of a thing about Japanese... about the genre. It's just like a thing in the genre of Japanese. Like, I see it so much in anime and visual novels, and I don't see it anywhere else. I see re-explaining yourself past the point of redundancy, like just re-explaining yourself 10 times, and I see protagonists who just don't realize the situation until it's like way too, like, well, just so far past the point that they should have realized it. I don't know why, but that's definitely... Party is cancelled. I'm sorry, part-time warrior, but please go home today. Cancelled? Yeah, sorry. I attempt to smile, but with little hope of success. I don't know what's going on, Okabe, but don't do anything reckless. Huh? It's weird to have him give me advice. I thought he was just a dirty old man who loved CRTs. Maybe he's sharper than I thought. Maybe he's just telling me to stop shaking the building. I got in a fight with Mayuri. Things are a little complicated right now, that's all. That's the best lie I can manage. Oh, is there gonna be blood? Blood? I mean, look over there! Suzuha points across the street. I turn to look. To my surprise, there's Mayuri walking up the street with a big bag. When she notices us, she waves her hand with a ditzy smile. Mayuri! Huh? Weren't you fighting? She looks really happy to see you. I ignore Suzuha and turn to Mayuri. 2H? Well, they put it in a game like this because this game is like at least 20 hours long. But that's not what I mean. It's not that they're recapping it at the end of 30-minute intervals, but like anime definitely does this thing where K-drama does it too. Okay, Asian media, from what I've seen and read and played, does this, where a thing will have just happened, and then they're like flashback to the thing that literally just happened. Like, that scene ends, we're in a new scene, the character remembers exactly those same words. And I'm like, guys, it's been literally like 3 minutes. What? It just happens a lot. Man, I will not be playing the sequel for another year. This game is long. The sequel's gonna be long. Hey, Max. The clock on my phone says 6:33. Hey, where are you going? I wasted precious time talking to Suzuha. Now that I've secured Mayuri, we need to get as far away from Akiba as we can. What's the rush, Okani? You know, like, I don't know. I feel like, okay, just hear me out for a second. We're running away by getting as far away as possible from the only machine that will be able to rectify the situation if we make a terrible mistake. That's all I'm saying. What's the rush, Okani? I ignore her questions and grab her hand. Run, to the station. Wait, my bag! Forget it, just run! But why? Just run! I can't get the image of Mayuri's death out of my mind. I won't let them kill her, I won't. Mayuri gives no further resistance. She follows obediently, quickly matching my pace. I forgot that she's faster on her feet than I am. Oh my god. Look at her fierce little face. Hey, where are we going? First we'll head for Tsukuba or Yokohama. I'm already gasping for air. Mayuri, however, might as well be strolling along for all the difficulties she's having. How could she be so ditzy yet so athletic at the same time? Whoa, this is some weird perspective, y'all. The sun has already set and the sky is still a mix of indigo and orange. We run through the streets lit by dazzling shops. Everything will be fine once we make it on the train. I hold this thought in my mind as we run. I'm already exhausted. Mayuri practically has to drag me along to keep going. Didn't we rest a bit? No, stopping until we're on the train. I do my best to keep up the pace. But Okarin, you're covered in sweat. You shouldn't push yourself. You're not good at exercise. When we reach the station, I realize something's wrong. The station's packed, seriously packed. You don't see this many people, even at rush hour. The crowd is milling around the entrance. For some reason, it looks like no one's going in. What's going on here? A protest? Some kind of street performance? I don't have time for this. Just then an announcement plays over the PA. Yeah, God. She's like, oh, God. Your attention, please. The Yamanote, Keihin Tohoku, and Sobu lines are currently suspended. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience and kindly ask for your cooperation. Finally, I realized my mistake. That's right, before the attack, the trains were stopped by a bomb threat. No wonder there are so many people standing around. In my haste to flee the city, I completely forgot. How could I have been so stupid? Welcome to the audience. I wonder what happened. All of the train lines are stopped. We can't escape Akiba. What about other means of public transportation? The subway or the bus? Should we go to another station? I turn around and head back the way we came, keeping a firm grip on Mayuri's hand. Before we get more than a few steps, a man steps out of the crowd and blocks our way. I realize we're surrounded. Okabe Rintaro? A low voice. A face I've never seen. He's not one of the 5 who broke into the lab. Okarin, do you know these people? Mayuri grips my arm tightly as she looks anxiously at the men. Come with us. Who are you? Instead of answering, the man makes a grab for my arm. I jerk away and try to escape, but the men move to block us again. If you resist, we'll kill you. CERN. They're with Moeka? She must have planned for this in advance. A chill runs up my spine. We made a terrible mistake when we hacked into CERN. I realize that now, though it's far too late. Are you going to kill us with all these witnesses around? This isn't a game. I feel something cold against my back. I don't realize what it is at first. Then it hits me. A gun. I gulp. My blood goes cold. Am I going to die here? Will my time leaping be for naught? No! I can't give up! I won't let Mayuri die. I won't accept that future. But how do I get out of this? The crowd at the station has grown even thicker. People are starting to argue with the station personnel, demanding to know when they can go home. The situation is quickly becoming chaotic. Suddenly, a fight breaks out nearby. Looks like some people are trying to shove their way through. This could be our chance. A tide of people surges into us, knocking the man behind me off balance. Now! I quickly turn and strike the man's hand aside. His gun falls away. Then the man gets swallowed by the crowd. Run, Mayuri! I think she's exactly our age. So, 18. Or no, she's 16, sorry. She's a couple years younger than us. I grab Mayuri's hand and start running. We have to fight our way through the crowd, but that also thwarts our pursuers. As soon as we reach the main street, we start running back towards the lab. Of course, we can't return to the lab itself. Moika's group will be there shortly. Is the subway still running? If we get on at the Sue Hirocho station, we can take the Ginza line to Shibuya. From there, we can grab a train heading out of Tokyo. Still haven't recovered from my exhaustion. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. We can't stop now. I have to keep running. Target audience, Eon. It doesn't take long before a new obstacle appears. 4 men walking together up ahead suddenly stop and turn to face us. I've got a bad feeling about this. They don't look like otaku. Are they with CERN too? My fears are confirmed when the 4 men start walking towards us, arms spread to block the street. No doubt about it, they're after us too. I turn to flee back towards the station, And there I see the first group of men closing in behind us. We're trapped, enemies on both sides. There's only one chance. I grab Mayuri and make for the nearby side street. Oh, this is music. Where are we going, Okarin? I'm trying to get to Suehirocho Station without using the main streets. But as we pass UPX, several men on the bridge point at us and shout something. Are they with CERN too? How many men do they have? We turn back and change course. Okay, Mayuri, you're faster. So, talking while running uses up all of my breath. Sweat drips into my eyes, making it hard to see. You go on ahead. Go to Haridi Shrine and Ikebukuro. We'll meet. Before I finish, I catch sight of another group of men waiting for us up ahead. What's going on, Okarin? I look back. The group from before is chasing us. We're surrounded by enemies. Familiar streets of Akiba are filled with agents of CERN. I recall what Moeka said. You have nowhere to run. It's almost as if CERN is well funded. It is him they want, but they'd probably capture her and use her against him for sure. We have men stationed throughout Akihabara. Despair seizes my heart. Is escape impossible? We're just kids playing at science in the safety of our tiny little lab. Our enemy is a multinational conspiracy waiting to kill anyone who gets in their way. Were we doomed from the start? No! No matter what, we must get away. Leading Mayuri by the hand, I push my way through the crowd, then jump the fence onto the road. Something strikes me with crushing force, sending me tumbling across the pavement. I come to a stop several meters away. My body is racked with intense pain. A red curtain covers my eyes. I try to brush it off and my hand comes away slick with blood. I grit my teeth against the pain and lift my head. Mayuri is lying on the pavement a few meters away. I reach out to her. No response. Mayuri is motionless. Oh. Did the impact kill her? This can't be happening. The car that ran us over, a white van, pulls up. The door opens and out steps. I've stopped them. Kiryu Moeka. Her again. She knew the exact moment to be here in order to run over poor Mayuri. I've secured Okabe Rintaro. She's talking to someone on her phone. Has she been tracking us this whole time? Contact the police. Shina Mayuri is dead. Looks down at me with eyes cold enough to freeze my blood. Why did you kill her? Because you ran. Monster. Mustering my strength, I leap up and throw myself at Moeka. She goes down hard. I hear her head smack against the pavement. I stand up and look around. Moeka is dazed and unable to stand, but I see CERN agents making their way towards us through the crowd. Get the car. I've got to get out of here. Get the car. I take a step. A sharp pain stabs through my body. Get the car. The crash must have broken a bone in my leg. Get the car. It doesn't matter. I have to get to the lab in time. Leap again. Get the car. That's the only way to save Mayuri. Get the car. I look back at the site of the accident. Moeka is slowly regaining her feet, but Mayuri remains limp and motionless on the road. Get the car. It breaks my heart to leave Mayuri lying there, but I have no choice but to get the car. I have to go to the car. Back to the lab, in the car. I guess he just runs like a... What? No. Hard. Fighting the pain in my broken leg, I managed to drag myself back to the lab despite the men definitely chasing after me. Surprisingly, CERN's men didn't chase me. Nobody's at the lab when I arrive. Only the lights are still on. Relieved that Kurisu and Daru haven't returned, I head straight to the development room. It's gone. Nope. I remember to break into the brown tube workshop to turn on the 42-inch CRT. My body's drenched in sweat and I can't stop shivering. Everything hurts, especially my right side where the car hit me. If I'm not careful, I might lose consciousness. My vision is... Why wouldn't they have taken the machine already? Why wouldn't they have taken the machine? My vision is blurry, it's hard to focus. My left arm is numb and can barely move. But still, I force myself to activate the X68000 and input the settings. I'm gasping for breath like a wounded animal. The sound of my heartbeat fills my ears. Mayuri. They killed her again. I failed to protect her. I'm sorry, Mayuri, I'm sorry. Choking back my tears, I frantically pound on the keyboard. Police sirens echo in the distance. Moika hit Mayuri in front of hundreds of witnesses. They'll probably take her in for questioning. Even if CERN bails her out tomorrow, she should be stuck for at least a couple of hours. The real problem is her men. Those mercenaries, or whatever they were, CERN's hit squad. Why didn't they come after me? It would have been easy for them to catch me, injured as I am. I need to hurry. If they show up here, they'll kill me for sure. Settings complete. I put on the headgear. I'll get blood on it, but that doesn't matter. A surge of anxiety washes over me. What if the time leap fails? What if my memories are corrupted? I might forget who I am. I might lose myself. Should I really use the machine? Of course I should! Thanks, Mops. Thanks, Nikapol. That's fair, Negapol. You would think that... No, I guess you're right. I cursed my weakness. Mayuri's dead, remember? This can't be allowed to happen. No risk is too great. I will save Mayuri, whatever it takes. I alone have the power to change the past. What am I waiting for? Following my fear, I activate the time leap machine. Nope, he still goes back exactly 4 hours. Wait, 4 hours. He went back further this time, an hour further, I think. Screeching in my ears, needle stabbing into my brain, 1,000 emotions flooding my senses. The world bends, pulses, then returns to normal. The pain in my wounds has vanished like magic, replaced by a piercing pain in my brain. I fight back a wave of nausea and take stock of the situation. Sitting on the sofa with my phone to my ear. Another successful time leap. That makes 3. I can see why he wouldn't necessarily... He can go back further, but the danger is that if he doesn't answer his phone at that moment, like if he's doing something for some reason and he doesn't answer the phone, then it fails. It looks like the time leap machine works perfectly. I'm sure it would boost Kurisu's confidence if I told her. But that will have to wait until Mayuri's out of danger. I stand up and look around the lab. Where's Mayuri? Kurisu, who's dozing off next to me, wakes up with a jerk at the sound of my voice. Don't shout. Been working all night, so let me rest a bit. Where is Mayuri? What's wrong with you? She went to Lukashi's, remember? Damn, she already left? I should call or send a mail. I need to get in touch with her somehow. Mayuri went to see someone after leaving the shrine. The question is who? Consider every possibility. Varys? Damn, why did I forget? Before I time leaped, I should have asked Mayuri where she was today. Yeah, you really should have. I'm not thinking straight. I have to calm down. Wait, I know. Last time we failed because we went to Akihabara Station. I should have known that CERN would be watching. This time we'll take a taxi to another station, then hide somewhere until things calm down. For now, all I can do is wait for Mayuri to return. It's driving me crazy. You don't think that these people are 100 steps ahead of you. They're not just 10. Like, you... For now, all I can do is wait for Mayuri to return. It's driving me crazy. I don't know, talk to Part-Time Warrior. I consider explaining the situation to Kurisu and Daru, but I just don't have the strength to do that right now. Talk to Part-Time Warrior. Besides, I don't want to get them involved. I'll take care of it myself. I won't let any more of my friends die. As before, the Brown Tube Workshop closes early. Mayuri appears as Suzuha and Mr. Brown are leaving. We run through Kondo Myojin's back streets to O- Okanomizu Station, taking only minimal precautions to avoid attracting attention. We have to get there before the Sobu line shuts down. We managed to make it to the station without being stopped, but when we get there, I see a group of men waiting by the entrance. They look like CERN. Change of plans. We turn around and head for the Shin Okanomizu subway station. We arrive at the station later than I intended. I don't usually come here, so I got lost. I stare nervously at the platform clock. According to the scrolling display, the Yamanote, Keihin, Tohoku, and Sobu lines have already suspended operations. Wait, it looks like the Chiyoda line has too. Must be protocol to assume nearby stations may be threatened, even stations on unconnected lines. Damn! Mayuri hasn't said a word about my strange behavior. This is the third time I've led her on this escape, but each time she follows me without complaint. Do you really trust me that much? Maybe she can feel my desperation. That's why I want so badly to save her. We've been together for more than a decade. She's like a little sister to me. I'll leap as many times as it takes. Mary tilts her head quizzically. I realize I'm staring at her. Okarin? Mayushi has a lot of questions, but she'll wait for now. But once it's over, I want you to tell me everything, okay? Yeah, I promise. Mary smiles happily at that answer. Right. While we wait for the train, I should ask Mayuri about her whereabouts today. If I have to leap again, I'll need all the information I can get. Where'd you go after you saw Lukako? I got an email from Fubuki-chan. A thread came loose on her costume. I went to fix it. Where does Fubuki-chan live? We met at the Starbucks at UPX. That's where she was. Just then an announcement plays over the PA system. The subway is resuming normal operations. About 20 minutes have passed since we arrived.
I'll support you.
Thank you, Ansel, for resubscribing. I'm glad you're continuing to be part of the fold. Thank you. Also, I was just thinking, you know how Suzuha hates our genius friend? You know how we didn't tell our genius friend to leave the office? You know how our genius friend knows how to remake the time machine? I was just thinking, I can't expect to be stuck here that long, but it's okay. Right now, Moeka should be in Akihabara heading to the lab. Everything is going to be alright. While waiting for the train, I examined the route map on the station's notice board. We can transfer to an overland train at Yoyogi Uehara. It'll take a while, but that will take us all the way to Odawara. Another announcement. Our train's arriving, and it's going to be filled to the brim with CERN agents. I can hear the rumbling and see the lights at the end of the tunnel. Mayuri and I are standing just behind the white line. I reach for her hand, meaning to make a dash for the train when the doors open, but I guess there's no hurry now. I let my hand fall to my side, empty. Roar comes closer. About the party tonight! Mayuri is saying something. I can't quite hear her over the train. It got cancelled, but we should definitely... Mayuri! Suddenly, Mayuri disappears. Huh? I don't want to read this because I don't want to continue. There she is, leaning out over the tracks. She's off balance as if she stumbled or someone pushed her. She seems to hang there for a moment, and then the train comes screaming into the station. Oh. That's a bit... Picked a good time to follow, my friend. Poker's 23. I feel like it's not right atmosphere. I hear a sound from under the train. I can't describe it, but it makes me instantly nauseous. Sparks fly as the train slams on its brakes. The people on the platform scream. I turn to where Mayuri was just a moment ago. There stands a familiar girl. Tiny, adorable, cute black rabbit pouch slung over her shoulder. Hinoji Nae. She looks up at me. Her eyes are wide. Her lips tremble. Mayuri. I wanted to surprise her. It wasn't on purpose. It wasn't. She stares at me for a few more seconds as if waiting for me to say something, then turns and runs away. The platform is in chaos. The PA informs us that there's been a personal injury accident. Nae is already gone. I don't go after her. Instead, I peek timidly through the gap between the train and the platform. Don't show me a picture of that. On one side of the track is a wash of red. My mind is blank. I can't think. I don't even remember how I got back to the lab. Moika's group should have come and gone, but the time leap machine is still here. I guess I should be grateful. Is this like Final Destination where there's literally no way for Mayuri to survive? It takes longer than usual to set up the machine. For some reason, I have trouble recalling my own phone number. For some reason. At last, it's ready. Now, take me back. This time he went back 5 hours. The leap occurs instantaneously. Hyder claimed his time machine takes 1 hour of subjective time to travel 10 years. I don't know if ours has the same behavior, but now is not the time to find out. 10 years. I have no business that far back. Besides, according to Kurisu, time leaping too far into the past could cause mental disorders due to the gap between personality and memory. Juicy chicken number 1. Mayuri's singing her chicken song, though she's actually eating pre-cooked chicken from the convenience store instead of her usual juicy chicken number 1. She had to switch because she can't warm up frozen chicken in the microwave, which is now a dedicated part of the time leap machine. She got pushed in front of a train by Nae. I was right to come back 5 hours. Mayuri's still in the lab. What the hell happened back there? It hurts, but I force myself to recall that horrifying scene. Mayuri died again. This time it happened at Shin Okanomizu Station, a place completely unrelated to the lab or the bomb threat. Hinoji Nae pushed her onto the tracks where the train tore her to shreds. Could Nae be working for CERN too? No, that can't be right. Nae has a habit of jumping on Mayuri and greeting. She's probably just being her usual affectionate self. But why did she choose that precise moment? I don't know. I sense malice. Whose malice? It's like fate is playing a cruel joke on us. Whatever the case, all that matters now is that I have another chance. I need to act. I have the power to save Mayuri. I will do whatever it takes to find a way. This time we hail a taxi on Chuodori. It'll be expensive, but that hardly matters now. Mayuri comes along quietly. I considered taking her home to Ikebukuro, but Moika's group might be watching her house. I have no idea where they are at this point in time. Instead, I asked the driver to take us to Shinagawa. However, traffic is unusually heavy. The driver says it's never been this bad before. There must be an obstruction up ahead, an accident or something. That's the only explanation I can think of. We've made it out of Akiba, but at this rate it'll take forever to reach Shinagawa. Consider getting off here and taking the train, but then I remember what happened at Shin Okanomizu Station. I have a bad feeling about this. The traffic jam could be CERN's doing. I look out the window and scan the crowd for anyone who might be a CERN agent. 3 hours later, we're still stuck. According to a conversation I overheard between our driver and another driver, there's some kind of inspection up ahead. Furthermore, it doesn't seem to be a police inspection, and a small fight broke out at the inspection site or something. To make matters worse, this road has already been closed off, and all the cars behind us are being detoured. There are only about 100 cars waiting, but the inspection has been at a standstill for 3 hours. This can't be a coincidence. Once again, I feel the malice of fate manipulating the situation. Is Mayuri going to die again? If I'd known it was going to turn out like this, I'd have ditched the taxi hours ago. Not too late. I should pay the driver and get off right... Just then, someone knocks on the window. Our taxi is stopped in the middle of the road. What's going on? I look over, but before I can say anything, a man opens the rear door and gets in next to Mayuri. He's holding a knife. Another assassin. Mayuri, look out! Before she can reply, the man covers Mayuri's mouth with a large, meaty hand. I try to open my door, but it's locked. Only the driver can open it from the inside. Mayuri opens her eyes wide. Her body twitches. What? It all happens too fast. The man sinks his knife into Mayuri's chest. A bright red spot stains her clothes. Be quiet, Okabe Rintaro. Another man gets into the passenger seat. He points a gun at the driver and says something to him. Strength drains from Mayuri's body. Her eyes slowly close. A tear rolls down her cheek. I watch her die inches away, powerless to stop it. I can feel her last breath against my skin. They killed her again. Why? Why? Why can't I save her? Why won't you let me save her? Who decided Mayuri has to die? Moeka, CERN? Or does the world itself wish for Mayuri's death? I won't accept that. I clench my jaw and throw myself forward, driving my forehead into the killer's nose. He falls back. I shout to the driver. Open the door! I crawl out of the taxi and take off running through the traffic jam. After running for hours, I make it back to the lab. Luckily, the time leap machine is still there. I have to leap again. Feels bad, guys. Every time we run, Mayuri dies. 6 hours into the past, I clutch my head and rack my brain for an answer. I feel like I've hit a dead end. What do I do if we can't run away? Is there no way to save her? No, there has to be a way. What you talking about? Mayuri's blank stare is the only answer I get. This time, I take her to the closest police station and beg them to protect her. When asked why, I explain someone is going to kill Mayuri 6 hours from now, but without any proof that there's someone after her, they have no choice but to turn us away. Past 6 by the time we leave the station, and we're left with no choice but to keep running. I wish that I could blame my previous failures on bad luck. We could try Okanomizu again or Shinbashi, and maybe this time she won't die. I don't have the courage to try those routes again. At the same time, we can't stay in Akiba. We're running out of options. Subways, trains, and taxis all out. Attempting to escape by those means will get Mayuri killed. So my heart tells me. Perhaps the fear is irrational, but I can't put it out of my mind. I've seen her die a half-dozen times already. Shot, stabbed, torn to pieces. I can't go through that again. We take refuge in Yodobashi Camera. I thought we could keep hiding there indefinitely, but just after 7 we hear an explosion in front of the station. Yodobashi goes into chaos. Policemen appear and start evacuating the store. When I try to explain our situation, an officer shouts, "Terrorist!" and pulls his gun. Can't be happening. This isn't America. Japanese police officers don't shoot without provocation. Mayuri dies. It happens so fast. The policeman shoots her right in the head. I don't know if he was a real policeman or a CERN assassin in disguise. It doesn't matter. Can't deny it any longer. The world itself is killing Mayuri. Oh my god, guys. This time, I don't leap into action immediately. Instead, I sit on the couch and collect my thoughts. Every time I try to save Mayuri, it ends in the worst possible way. To make matters worse, I no longer even know what I'm supposed to be saving her from. Cause and effect? Why does Mayuri die? At first, I thought that it was Moeka and her hit squad sent by CERN to steal our time machine. But as I leapt back in time again and again, the cause of Mayuri's death kept changing. At Shin Okanamizu Station, she died because Nai pushed her off the platform. CERN had nothing to do with that. It was an accident. Each time I leap, she dies a different way. What does that mean? I've been thinking for an hour and I'm no closer to an answer. I want someone to tell me, but who can I ask? I'm the only person in history to leap through time. No, there's one more. John Titor. But he's not replying to my emails anymore and he hasn't posted on the @channel in days. I'm not even convinced he's a real time traveler. I decide not to run this time. Instead, I take a different approach. Strike first. I send Moeka an email. I need to talk to you about our time machine. Meet me alone. I designate the roof of Radicon as our meeting place. 2 weeks have passed since the satellite crash, but it's still there and the building's still closed. At least the security is lessened, so it's easy for me to sneak in. Not that there's any sneaking to do. I just walk in and through the front door like I belong there. No one questions me. Last time I came here was for Dr. Nakabashi's presentation. Of course, on this world line, the presentation was cancelled. Naturally, there's nobody here but me. It occurs to me that this is a dangerous gambit. Moeka might have a gun, and I already know that she's willing to use it. But then, I don't intend to play fair either. We're supposed to meet at 5:30. It's just after 5. I came early in order to ambush her. I hide in the shadows and wait with bated breath. About 30 minutes later, I hear the door open. Moeka makes her entrance alone. She looks around restlessly. She still hasn't noticed me. I take a gun out of my shirt. Where did you get a gun? It's not real. It's future gadget number 1, the bit particle gun. It's just a toy ray gun with a remote control attached. Obviously a bluff, but all I could prepare on such short notice. I run up behind Moeka and shove the bit gun particle into her back. Don't move. Hands up. Just like a Hollywood movie. This isn't a movie, this is real. I was wondering if they were just letting him go back in time as an experiment. Like if they're just using him as an experiment. Yeah, it's pretty much impossible to get a real gun, also. You would have to take like 1,000,000 tests, and you definitely have to wait a long period of time before you even receive one. And then you have to keep them in separate buildings, like the gun and the ammo. It's like real intense. And she isn't an actress. She's a murderer. After Moeka raises her hands, I feel through her clothes. Sure enough, she's carrying a gun. I take it from her and press it to Moeka's back in place of the bit particle gun. Sorry to disappoint you. The first gun was a toy. Talk. I know you were sent by CERN. How? How? You want to know how? My frustration and rage boil over. Because of her. Because of her, Mayuri. I came from the future, that's how. You think I'm lying? I've repeated the last several hours a half-dozen times already. I've lost count of how many times exactly. And I haven't slept at all that entire time. Strangely, I'm not tired at all. I know what you're planning. Around 7, you're going to stop the trains. Moeka gasps. So it was their doing. I also know that you're planning to attack the lab, you and your men. And then you're going to kill Mayuri. I... Understand? I'm a time leaper. Moeka nods faintly. I could kill her now. It would be easy. But no, I need information. Who are you people? Rounders. Moeka answers with surprising obedience. I guess she values her own life, even though she has no problem depriving other people of theirs. Rounders? What does that mean? How are you related to CERN? By email. No, speak. The Rounders are an organization separate from CERN. Covert operations. We don't exist. Like a private army? No. Our mission is to find and acquire IBM 5100s. They sent us around the world. We collect them. IBM 5100. That's right. When I met her, she was looking for an IBM 5100. These days, they're nearly impossible to find. People will pay millions just to own one. Is that because CERN has been hunting them down? How many rounders are there? Answer me! I don't know. I'm just an agent. So she's not important enough to be told. Was it you who stole our IBM 5100? Moika doesn't answer. Why does CERN need IBM 5100s? Keep hackers out? Obtaining secrets is the highest priority for CERN. What are they hiding? We already know they've killed hundreds of test subjects with their time travel experiments. We didn't need an IBM 5100 to find that out. Are you saying that IBM 5100 database has information more sensitive than that? I don't know. It's a computer with a secret programming language on it that can only be decrypted by an IBM 5100. Because you're just an agent? My tone is sarcastic and Moika nods. Damn, she's useless. Why did you attack the lab? Or rather, why will you attack the lab? Isn't it obvious? Because we hacked into CERN? 3 reasons. First, because of what you know. We were ordered to silence you. CERN did know about the hack. Second, for the time machine. The one you made. They want our time machine. CERN must be trying to monopolize time travel technology. Third, the reason it happens today. Plan to make your time machine public. How does she know that? We made that decision right after the time leap machine was completed. That was only a few hours ago. Kurisu's phone call to America was to her mom, right? That's why I was ordered to take you in. Take us in? You killed Mayuri! She is unnecessary. I nearly pulled the trigger. Okabe Makise Hashira, you made the time machine. She is expendable. Those are my orders. And after you take us in, what then? CERN will hold you prisoner, force you to complete their time travel research. Have you done this before? How many lives have you ruined for CERN's research? I do as I'm told. I was a fool to consider you my friend. I live for CERN. I live for FB. I'll do anything if Ebi tells me to. Is that the name of her supervisor? Okabe-kun? Is it you? Are you John Titor? What? John Titor? There's no one else it could be. Me? I don't have time for this. I dig the gun into Moika's back. If you want to live, you'll call your friends. Call FB. Cancel the attack. Moika shakes her head. I don't have the authority. I don't care. Find some way to stop the attack. Otherwise, I'll kill you. I can't do it. I'm not a killer. My hands are trembling, just like Moika's were before she shot Mayuri. Why did you kill her? She was hesitating. She didn't want to pull the trigger. But she did. You didn't want to kill her, did you? So why? I just obey FB. Then bring that son of a bitch here. Moika shakes her head again. I don't care about your authority. You don't do what I say. I can't. I've never... Something hard stabs into my back. A chill runs through my body. There's someone behind me. Drop the gun. A man's voice. Is he with Moika? You lied, Moika! I'm ready to pull the trigger in cold blood. We promised to meet alone. Moeka doesn't answer. I said drop the gun. I'll give you the time machine. Just don't kill anyone. Even if you do that. Even though I'm still pointing the gun at her, Moeka steps away and turns to face me. Her eyes are cold, her expression unreadable. You'll still be held prisoner. Forever. Moeka takes the gun from my hand. I'm unable to resist. Please. I'm sorry about the hacking, just please don't kill anyone. Something strikes the back of my head. My legs give out instantly, sending me to the ground. Darkness creeps in. Target B in custody, requesting pickup. Deep down, I knew. I can't save Mayuri. Even if Moeka's group doesn't kill her, someone or something else will. The world itself wants her dead. That is the choice of Steins Gate. Steins Gate? No such. Those words have no meaning. Just some nonsense I made up to sound. Steins Gate doesn't exist, but fate does. Fate, God, the will of the universe, an absolute force no one can resist. It exists and it sentenced Mayuri to death. I wake up in the back of a station wagon. The windows are coated with black film, so I can't tell where we are. I feel a throbbing pain in the back of my head. My hands are tied behind me. What time is it? How long have I been unconscious? There's a man with me inside the car. I recognize him from a previous time leap. He's the one who stabbed Mayuri in the taxi. The man seems to notice I've woken up, but he doesn't speak. He just waves his gun menacingly, as if to say that there's no hope of escape. The dashboard clock reads 7:30. I look out the window again. Through the film, I manage to make out a street sign. Close to the left. Has the attack already happened? Before I left, I told everyone, including Mayuri, to run. If she did as I said, she won't die by their hands. That doesn't mean she's... If I don't do something, Moeka's going to take the time leap machine away. What will happen then? CERN can have the machine if it'll save Mayuri. Problem is that it won't, not when the world itself is determined to kill her. As long as the time leap machine remains in my hands, I can keep trying to fix things. I'll leap again and again until I find a way to save her. If I lose the machine, then the future's decided. Future without Mayuri. I have to get to it before they do, even if that means I might get shot. As long as I survive to reach the time leap machine, everything will be alright. What? My bound hands limit me to headbutts and kicks, but I somehow managed to knock down the man guarding me and escape. My chest and neck are covered with blood. I must have been shot during the struggle, but thanks to the adrenaline pumping through my body, I barely feel any pain. I can still move, that's all that matters. I run up the stairs with my hands still tied. I can only pray that I'll be able to operate the time leap machine quickly enough. Right? Mayuri, Kurisu, and Daru are in the lab. So are Moeka and her men. When I open the door and burst in, everyone looks at me in surprise. When she sees my tattered body, Mayuri runs up to me with tears in her eyes. Wait! I try to stop her. In the corner of my eye, I see Moeka take aim at Mayuri. I try to put myself between them. I try to cover up Mayuri with my body. But a man grabs me from behind and pulls me back. I watch, helpless, as Mayuri's tiny body drops to the floor. Her eyes, wide and wet with tears, seem to stare into mine, but I can see that they've already lost their light. She's gone. Again. Again! What happens next is the same as before. Suzuha defeats the Rounders, and Kurisu helps me time leap. Flood of sound beats on my eardrums. When it subsides, I find myself again in the lab. It's just before 5. I have 2.5 hours before Mayuri dies. I find myself staring at the time leap machine. This thing is the reason for Moeka's attack. If only we had never built the phone wave. If only we had never sent those D-mails. Perhaps the future might be different instead of the nightmare it promises now. Would anything change if I broke it, just smashed it to pieces right here? In a rush of delirium, I grab a chair and lift it high over my head. As I'm about to bring it crashing down on this infernal machine, a voice cries out. Stop, Okabe! What are you doing? Kurisu grabs my arm and pulls me back. Are you trying to break the machine? You don't have to break it, Okabe. You already decided not to experiment, remember? Anyway, put the chair down. I lowered the chair slowly. Not because Kurisu told me to, but because I realized what would happen if I really did break the machine. It caused or will cause Mayuri's death, but at the same time, it is also my only chance of averting that future. If I lose it, I lose my only hope of saving her. The fear of that outcome stayed my hand. You look pale. What's wrong? Are you listening? I can't deal with this, not now. But wait! I flee from the lab. Go talk to Suzuha! Go talk to Suzuha! I don't have a particular destination in mind. People look at me strangely as I shuffle down the street. I imagine I must look like I crawled up from the grave. Soon I get fed up with the crowd and around the station and escape to the pedestrian overpass. Get about halfway across the bridge and squat down on the concrete. The giant screen on the UPX building is advertising some gothic punk band. The ticker at the bottom displays today's weather forecast along with the date and time. I realize today is Friday the 13th. Is there no way to get through today without Mayuri dying? It's already 5:30, 2 hours until the attack. Lights around Akihabara Station turn on one by one as the sun sets. The moe might be gone from Akiba, but the area around the station is still as posh as ever. I don't belong here. This game doesn't have paradoxes. The bridge I'm sitting on has become a date spot for couples. I see them standing here and there, gazing at the cityscape with their arms wound around each other. Somehow they never seem to tire of the dull, unchanging scenery. What am I doing here? Mayuri's about to die. Hey, don't you think you're a little old to be sitting on the ground in public? I lift my head and see Kurisu standing there. So this is where you went. I've been looking for you.
No.
Christina. What? What time is it now? 5:38? Hey, if you have time to sit around, then you can help me with the shopping. Oh, right. Preparations for the party. In the original timeline, I went shopping with Kurisu at the UPX supermarket. And then we talked on this bridge, just like now. Feels like so long. Back then, I had no idea what was about to happen. Well, are you going to come or not? I sigh deeply. I don't believe it was wrong to time leap. However, Kurisu, keep my eyes lowered. That's the first time you've said my name properly. I feel her eyes on me. Help me. I can't save Mayuri alone. I realize that now. Reliving today again and again, only to taste the same despair each time, has taught me one important lesson. Alone, I'm powerless. Alone, I have no hope. Help me. Tell me what happened. I know you used the time leap machine. What? I look up in surprise. Kurisu doesn't meet my stare. Instead, she leans on the guardrail and gazes down at the plaza with her usual frown. You get a phone call and suddenly you're like a different person. It was obvious. I came from 3 hours in the future. What happened? They killed Mayuri. I lower my head, trying to hold back the tears. Then I explain about CERN and Moeka, about how Kurisu herself activated the time leap machine and made this possible. Tell her about my previous sleeps. I explain the world itself wants Mayuri dead and that I can't save her no matter how I try. I keep talking for 30 minutes straight. During that time, Kurisu hardly says a word. It's all my fault. Talking to Kurisu lets me sort out everything I've done, everything I've seen. I shouldn't have told Daru to hack CERN. I shouldn't have asked you to build a time machine. I shouldn't have made Moeka a lab mem. Mayuri's death is all my fault. That's why I needed to bear the burden myself. I was resolved to do whatever it took to save Mayuri, never faltering, never giving up. Yet my resolve has already crumbled. If you know Mayuri's going to die, then what are you doing wasting time here? Kurisu's tone is haughty. Is this how I sound when I'm playing Koin Kyoma? I just don't get it anymore. What don't you get? How to save Mayuri. It is an anime. Based on what you said, I guess the chronology protection conjecture is true. No matter what I do, Mayuri dies. And that's why you keep time leaping. No guarantee that the machine is safe, you know? Risu lowers her gaze and cups her chin, as she often does when assessing a problem. Even if the machine works perfectly, repeated use may have serious side effects. For example, you may become disconnected from causality itself. You need to understand the risks if you're going to continue. Connected from causality meaning? It happens all the time in sci-fi. You'll become trapped in a closed time loop, never aging, never dying, but doomed to repeat the same day for all eternity. Worst case, you may cease to exist entirely. What? Every trace of your existence will vanish. Nobody will remember you because your life will have never happened. Leaping through time is that dangerous. Humans are temporal beings. Chrissy looks surprised. Heidegger, I was thinking of that quote too. I heard it from you first. When? This isn't the first time I've leaped. Right, of course. Chrissy squats next to me, thinking deeply. What you said is true, then I want to save Mayuri too. But as the co-creator of the time leap machine, I can't recommend its continued use. Will you listen to my advice? I can't do it alone. I know that now. I need your help. I have to save Mayuri. I can't do it alone, but together we might have a chance. I need to believe that. Please, lend me your strength. Risu sighs. Such a stubborn fuck. What you've been through, I'm surprised it hasn't broken you already. Incredibly, she sounds concerned about me. Looks at me for a moment, then turns away as if embarrassed. I'll help. Anyway, I'm not doing this for you, okay? Now is not the time, Kurisu! I'm doing it for Mayuri. Yeah, of course. That and I think you'll make a good test subject. Now you're talking like CERN. It's completely different. How so? I only experiment on you. Besides, mad scientists experiment on themselves all the time, don't they? I'm no longer afraid to time leap. I'll do anything to save Mayuri. It's just a joke, don't take it so seriously. Gracie stands up and looks at her watch. There's not much time. I think you should have a clear plan before trying to change the future again. Meaning? Leap to an even earlier time. Then explain the situation to me again. Gracie's right. My actions so far have been almost entirely random, and look where that's gotten me. I need a real plan if I'm gonna save Mayuri. Let's go! Gracie stretches out her hand. I grasp it and pull myself up. Mayuri and Daru are already back when we return to the lab. Suzuha is there too. To get rid of them, Kurisu and I explained that we forgot to do the shopping, so could they please take care of it for us? I have to cough up the money to convince them to go, but it works. I understand why you didn't tell Mayuri, but why can't you tell Hashida? I'll tell him when it's necessary. For now, it's not, and I don't have time to explain. While Kurisu sets up the machine, I head downstairs to the brown tube workshop, kick the door open, and turn on the 42-inch CRT. It went more smoothly than I anticipated. Highly illegal, of course, but I'll leave long before the cops get here. Kurisu looks shocked when I return to the lab. I'll throw you in the slammer for breaking and entering. In a few seconds, it won't have happened. Kurisu hands me the headgear, and I put it on. How many different world lines is he creating where these people are suffering? There's one world line with a traumatized Nai. I see. That's how it looks from your perspective. What does it look like from my perspective? What happens here after you leap? You'll know soon enough. My consciousness travels to the past. That I know from experience. What about the body I leave behind? Time is a straight line, then it's likely that the present will be reconstructed based on my actions in the past. But if the many worlds interpretation holds, then after I leave, this world will continue on as if nothing happened. I used to be so fascinated by the structure of the universe, but now I don't really care. All that matters is saving Mayuri. Kurisu's fingers stop typing on the keyboard. What's wrong? It's nothing. I was just thinking. Maybe it works like a D-mail. The instant we send an email, the present changes around us. Thanks to reading Steiner. Only I remember what it was like before the change. That would make things easier, though I kind of hope you're wrong. Because you can't collect data if I don't record the change? Exactly. Chrissy nods and begins tinkering with the settings again. I set the destination to 5 hours ago. You should arrive around 1:40. I completed the time leap machine just after 2. Do you remember? Barely. For Carusi, that happened only 5 hours ago. For me, it feels like weeks. Maybe it has been weeks. Nobody likes a man who can't remember dates. Be thankful that I have a habit of checking the time. I have a pretty good idea of what happened when. Carusi finishes typing and turns to face me. Listen, Okabe. If you're going to keep using the time leap machine, there's one thing you must remember. Don't let go of your phone. Ever. It's your lifeline, your destination marker. As long as you keep it with you, you can leap to any time you want. But if you lose your phone, someone else gets a hold of it. And if I leap to that time, my memories could overwrite theirs. I don't want to imagine what might happen next. If it breaks or the battery dies, then I won't be able to leap to that time. If it breaks and I can get a new phone with the same number, there will still be a period of time to which I can never leap. The time leap will fail. Once again, never let go of your phone. Got it. After you leap back to this afternoon, just sit tight and don't do anything until I complete the time leap machine. If you accidentally prevent me from cleaning the machine, it will likely wreak havoc with the timeline. As soon as I finish, declare that we will not experiment, then send everyone home. Ask me to stay. Tell me the truth. If you say you came from the future, I'll probably believe you. How do you know? Who knows me better than myself? Risu grins faintly and stands up after she's done typing. Don't forget, it was my mad skills that turned the phone wave into a time leap machine. When you told me about your time leap, I took it as proof that my theories were right. I was happy it succeeded. I really was. I didn't doubt it was true for a second. Just to be safe, I should probably give you a passphrase. What I want the most right now is my own fork. What? It doesn't mean anything, okay? You want your own fork? I already have my own spoon. Wait, that doesn't matter. Everything's ready, now get out of here. I nod and call up the phone wave. Be careful, and remember, I'm always on your side. Risu touches my shoulder, then steps away. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Nobody ever said you weren't on our side. That you know of. We're gonna take a very quick break. If anybody wants a drink or some tea or a snacky packy, go get yourself a snacky packy. I'm gonna be right back. Hello, hello, hello. So, does anybody have any theories about happening here? Thank you. Well, if you already know the plot, don't say literally anything. The world is melting? I kind of feel like I just keep thinking about the fact that Part-Time Warrior said not to trust her, and I'm like, but we're trusting her right now, and now I'm like, why? Thank you guys. I'm just stressed. I'm just stressed. Kurisu, yeah. I want to trust Kurisu. I want Chris to be good. But just the fact that Suzuha was like, don't trust her. And also the fact that she was like, I'm always on your side. I'm like, ah. Oh man, if you think you figured it out, then don't tell me, Zek. I don't... 30 minutes ago? I don't like that. Oh, I just had an idea and I don't like the idea that I had. I think we should ask Part-Time Warrior, but we're not, so I guess that's what's happening. I have a bad idea. I have a bad idea and a bad feeling now about what could be about to go down, and I don't like it. I'm not gonna share. I'm not gonna share. Yeah. I think it'll be best if we all just, whatever our ideas are, we see whether or not they get confirmed. But I'll share my apples with you. I lie back on the sofa with my phone in my hand. Needles in my brain, a whining in my ears. These sensations never get any easier to endure. I look at the clock. It's about 1:45. There's a high school baseball game on TV. In about 15 minutes, Kurisu will finish the time leap machine. All it needs are some final adjustments, so there's nothing for me to do but wait. As the pain in my brain subsides, I realize my head is throbbing. Why? Oh, I remember. Right before this, I had an argument with Mr. Brown in which he introduced his fist to my skull. Mayuri's at her sewing machine working on her costume. Daru's at his computer collecting moe artwork from the internet. Trish is in the development room upgrading the time machine. I sit motionless as the minutes tick by. Suddenly, the sound of the sewing machine stops. Okari, Okari, can you come here? Mayuri shows me her costume. Can you hold this for me? Spread it out like flop. Hey, Gymnoj. The crazy has been that Mayuri has died a total of like 15 times because we kept going back in time trying to save her, and like Final Destination, they kept killing her. Anything kept killing her. The world did. So now we're trying to figure out a way by asking Kurisu for help. Mayushi, say flop again. Oh, fuck you, Daru. I don't want this. I don't want to relive this. Stop it, perv. Okay, thanks. Mayuri looks a little tired. She was working on this costume all night. But then she smiles, brighter than the sun. All done! I said something here, didn't I? What was it? I can't remember. I finished before Chris-chan. We were racing. You win, Mayuri. Congratulations. But I'm finished too. Kurisu finishes connecting the two cords she's holding. Complete! Alright, that's my cue. We're not experimenting. Crap, was that too soon? I just finished and you're already shutting it down? What I've been doing these past 3 days? Time leaping presents a host of problems. I want to consider them all carefully. Huh. That's an unusually respectable opinion coming from you. Problems? I thought it was done. I'll explain later. Everyone's tired, so let's go home. We're not going to have a party to celebrate? We'll do that another day. I managed to convince Daru and Mayuri to leave. I lend Mayuri my phone charger since we use the same brand of phone. Kurisu tries to go home too, but I quietly keep her back. What? You upset? Yeah? Probably because I shot her down right after she finished the time leap machine. I'll feel relieved later, but only after she has time to fully consider its implications. I came from 5 hours in the future. Kurisu fears me with a piercing glare. Is that supposed to be funny? Her narrowed eyes make me believe that looks can kill. Don't glare at me like that! This isn't right! You're supposed to believe me! What made you think I'd believe something like that? You told me so! 5 hours from now, okay? Don't be ridiculous. I would never make such a baseless projection. I'd like to have a word with future Kurisu. This is how you're gonna be, then you leave me no choice but to quote you word for word. When I told you about my time leap, you said, I took it as proof that my theories were right, I didn't doubt it was true for a second. Don't forget, it was my mad skills that turned the phone wave into a time leap machine. I don't talk like that. What you want most right now is your own fork. What? Kurisu's face suddenly turns red. You already have your own spoon, apparently. She said that? I'm gonna kill myself 5 hours from now. She appears genuinely shocked for some reason, but I'm pretty sure she believes me now. Feels like somebody peeked into my heart, and that someone is Okabe of all people. What does she think I'm gonna do? But I think I believe you. Tell me the details. Explain everything to Kurisu again. I'm able to organize my thoughts better since this is my second time. If what you say is true, then we have a serious problem. There are 5 hours until Mayuri's death. We need to come up with a plan before then. Future me said the chronology protection conjecture holds, but I don't think that's quite right. That conjecture says that, according to the quantum theory, time travel is impossible due to the danger of disrupting causality. When you time leap, there's no chance of a time paradox occurring. Two of me don't exist at the same time, and I can't bring anything with me to the past. All that changes are the memories stored in my temporal lobe. So at the very least, time leaping can't cause a grandfather paradox. So I was right. The universe itself is censoring me, correcting any changes I try to make. If that's true, then time leaping can't save Mayuri. Nothing you do will change the result. Can't accept that. Neither can I. The world is trying to kill Mayuri? As a scientist, I refuse to believe such nonsense. What about the many worlds interpretation? I just need to observe the world where Mayuri doesn't die. Many worlds interpretation. That might have something to do with how Mayuri's means of death keeps changing. But it's supposed to be impossible for parallel worlds to observe each other. Why are you different? Because of my Esper power, reading Steiner. This is no time for your Chunibyo nonsense. There's no other explanation. You've mentioned reading Steiner thing before. Were you actually serious? Why would I make up something like that? Our D-mail experiments proved that I can somehow perceive changes in the timeline when they occur. It's an ability only I seem to possess. I don't know, but I don't want to rely on something that may not even exist. Anyway, you can't control which possibilities you observe. Even if the many worlds interpretation holds true, it's unreasonable to expect that you'll ever find a world where Mayuri doesn't die. Wait, we're not getting anywhere. Instead of analyzing what I've done, let's think about what we can do. Time leaping won't change the result. I just said that. Then what do we do? Calm down. How can I calm down? Do you know how many times I've seen Mayuri die? Covered in blood, gasping for breath, the light fading from her eyes, again and again and again. And all I could do was watch. I hear my teeth grinding in my skull. Recalling that despair, that feeling of utter powerlessness makes me want to lash out at everything within reach. Getting emotional won't solve anything. You're only calm because you weren't there. True. I don't know what happens 5 hours from now. To be honest, it doesn't feel real at all. But it's not like I don't believe you. You have to stay strong, Okabe. Why is this version of Kurisu so different from the other version? Are we sure that the other version of Kurisu hadn't also time traveled or something? Kurisu pats my arm. Her hand is warm and her touch is gentle. How American of her. Sorry. She's right. Getting emotional won't solve anything. I need to calm down. Calm down. What I don't understand is how the cause can change, but the effect can stay the same. It's like causality itself is broken. Maybe Kiryu Moeka shooting her isn't the real cause of her death. Maybe it's something larger and less obvious. For example, maybe she dies because we invented a time machine or because CERN discovered her hacking. If that's the cause, then it doesn't really matter how she dies. Causality remains intact. Can that theory explain why Nai pushed her in front of a train? Oh, right. Anyway, the principle of causality is absolute. Deny that and you deny all of physics. There must be a distinct cause for Mayuri's death. So if we figured out what it is, then maybe we can save her. Not necessarily. What do you mean? The problem is when the causal event occurred. If it happened too far in the past, then there's nothing we can do. But I can travel to any time I had a cell phone, can't I? No. No, it's still theoretical, but I believe that one leap with our machine has a maximum range of 48 hours. I can only go back 2 days? Why didn't you tell me that before? Before what? I just finished it, remember? That's true. Future you didn't say anything about it either. Oh, so that's what you mean. Maybe she just didn't have the chance. So how come I can only leap 48 hours? I don't know. Even I don't understand everything that's going on inside that thing. But you can do consecutive leaps. That is, as long as the time leap machine exists. For example, if the time leap machine remains functional for 10 straight years, you could leap back to this moment 10 years from now. Of course, it would take a total of 1,825 leaps, so I don't recommend it. Still, it's theoretically possible. Then what's the problem? Weren't you listening? I said, as long as the time leap machine exists. When was the machine completed? Exactly, an hour ago. August 13th, 2010, 2 p.m. or thereabouts. It didn't exist before then. It's impossible to use the machine before 2 p.m. today. What you're saying is, count 48 hours back. I can't go back farther than 2 p.m. on the 11th? Risu nods, her expression grave. Most likely. Can't you improve it? Eventually maybe, but certainly not now. I need a real laboratory with real equipment. It would be expensive, which means we'd need sponsors. If we go looking, I'm pretty sure CERN would crush us. I'd say that's proven by the fact that neither you nor I have lived here from the far future yet. So basically, we can't do anything? Even with the time leap machine, we can't stop CERN from killing Mayuri 5 hours from now? At that moment, I hear a sound from outside the window. Is it Moeka? Did she overhear us? I dash to the window and look down at the street. Thank God! Did Suzuha hear it? Does she know? Can she help us? God bless. Somebody. Fuck. It's Suzuha. Hey, Golan. Her bicycle has fallen over and she's scurrying to pick it back up. Our eyes meet. Huh? Why does she look so pale? Her lips move slightly. It looks like she's whispering something, but I can't make it out from here. Hey! I call it to Suzuha, but she leaps on her bike and zips away? She's acting strange. I smell a conspiracy. Moeka was a spy. Could Suzuha be the same? It's too dangerous to trust anyone. This is the opposite of what I wanted to happen. Suzuha has exhibited suspicious behavior with not as much as Maka. She's openly hostile to Krisu. She's able to take down Stern's hit squad single-handedly. Wonder if this missing father of hers really exists. Definitely, it's like if she killed the bad guys, she must definitely be one of the bad guys. Wow. Good logic. Good logic. Could he be the John Titor who's been posting on the internet? What is the meaning of the name Beryl Titor? There is a very quiet rage brewing inside of me. Instinct tells me that she knows something. I dash out of the lab. Hey, where are you going? Okay. Okabe? Okabe. You better fucking get this right. If you get one thing in this entire goddamn game right, I'd better get this right. I know I don't have much chance of catching her on foot, but I have to try. There's something going on here. This is a completely new sequence of events. According to my memories of the future, Suzuha is supposed to remain at the Brown Tube workshop until 6:30 this evening. When she overheard me talking to Kurisu, she suddenly took off like a bat out of hell. Suzuha is already out of sight. When she left, she was headed for Chuodori. I wonder if her phone's on. Maybe I should just try calling her. Come to think of it, this reminds me of something. The day she failed to meet her father, she just disappeared without a word. Just an email saying bye. I searched the town, but I couldn't find her, so I sent a D-mail that changed the past in order to make her stay. I'm pretty sure I lost her near the station back then. What happened on that timeline? Where did Suzuha go after failing to find her father? I search up and down Chuodori, but find no trace of Suzuha or her bike. I have to be careful. There could already be rounders here in Akiba. I combed the area around the station's main exit, but there's no sign of her anywhere. I lost sight of her here before, so I thought she might be close by. Maybe I should corner her on my next time leap. Press her for answers before she can escape. I'd better get back to the lab. I start walking away from the station, but just then, people around me gasp and point. Everyone's looking up at the sky. No, not the sky. Satellite embedded in the roof of Radicon. Why now? Been there for 2 weeks. It's practically a landmark now. But everyone looks like they're seeing it for the first time. So I turn and look up too. The lights on the satellite are blinking. John Titor. John Titor! John Titor! John Titor! John Titor! John Titor! Is someone inside? Who? Suzuha? Or could it be Moeka? The satellite has remained silent through all of my previous time leaps. What has changed? Obviously the fact that Suzuha overheard my conversation with Kurisu. Previously I lost sight of her at the station, in other words right next to Radicon. Suzuha must be up here. Everyone's staring at the satellite. This is my chance to sneak in without being noticed. Shutters are half open, just as they were when I confronted Moeka. I summon my courage and crawl through the crack. When I get inside, the first thing I see is Suzuha's bike lying on the floor. So it is her! What's she trying to do? What is that satellite? How is it related to John Titor? Is it even a satellite? Nobody knows for sure. I checked online, no satellites fell out of orbit that day. When they do, whether by accident or design, they usually burn up in the atmosphere. It's impossible for one to land in such perfect condition. So what is it then? A jolt suddenly runs through my body. Could it be a time machine? Wah! There's only one way to know for sure. I need to get there before Suzuha does something. Damn. The elevator and escalator aren't operating, so I bound up the stairs 2 at a time. My lungs gasped and my legs burned, but I forced my body to carry me to the top. There's a satellite lodged in Radican's roof. I noticed wires holding it in place. The police must have done that so it wouldn't fall. There's a hatch open on the side of the machine. I see someone moving inside. Suzuha! Thanks for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship. Hey! The person freezes when I shout. I run to the satellite. Okabe Rintaro. Suzuha turns to me with a sad expression. Behind her I can see the interior of the satellite. It's surprisingly simple, without the switches and buttons you'd expect. Instead, there's a black box the size of a desktop PC. There are numbers on the screen. 2010, 813, and below that, 1975, 813. Suzuha reaches out to press a button. Ow! Sparks burst from the panel. She jerks back, her fingertips burn. What are you doing? Not working. You know how to use that thing? She doesn't reply. I see her shoulders sag. It's not working. Those sparks had to be from an electrical short. My eyes are burning from the smoke. Answer me, Amane Suzuha. I swallow hard, then ask the question. This is a time machine, isn't it? Are you a time traveler? With her head hung low, Suzuha nods. I'm... Listen, I know that it's not surprising at all. I'm just very... I've been waiting for so long. Listen, I've just been waiting. Okay. Very feminine for a John. God. I need me a fan. Hang on. I have one. I'm like, whew, it is very hot in my apartment. There's no air circulation happening when I stream. Okay. There's still a big crowd outside, so we exit the building on the side facing away from the station. Suzuha has calmed down a bit, so I start pressing her for answers. What do you mean you're John Titor? I like how it's like, okay, listen, Suzuha, I know you just said you're John Titor. Don't say anything else. We're gonna climb down off of the satellite, climb down out of the building, turn it off first. Climb down, let's go, let's walk for a little bit. Get to this point. So what do you mean? First sentence we've said. Exactly what it sounds like. I'm the John Titor who's been posting on @channel. I thought he was a guy. Suzuha smiles humorlessly. I fooled you? Guess my camouflage worked then. Who are you hiding from? Stern. Those stories you posted, were they true? Mostly. A few exceptions. It's those exceptions that bother me. So you came from 2036, and that satellite, that's your time machine. I was hoping you wouldn't find out, but my time machine went and broke on me. I really screwed up, huh? I thought Titor's time machine was loaded on a Chevy. Chevy? That's a car, right? Where'd you hear that? The Titor in 2000 said so. 2000? That might be me on a different world line. At least, I haven't been to 2000. I came straight here from 2036. So it was someone else? It's true Titor never posted in 2000, not on the current world line. Doesn't matter, I can worry about that later. What do you know? I press Suzuha for answers, trapping her between me and the wall so she can't escape. You overheard my conversation with Kurisu, right? Why did you run to the time machine? What were you trying to do? I thought it was my fault. What? Because I neglected my mission, CERN was able to put their plan in motion. Is it true? Suzuha suddenly grabs my shoulders. Is it true that CERN kills Shiina Mayuri? It's true. I time leaped from 5 hours in the future. Time leaped. You guys completed your time machine. I need answers. What do you mean it's your fault? Suzuha bites her lip and looks away. Yay! Those are the words I like to hear! I think you need to know you and Makise Kurisu. Kurisu? Why Kurisu? I guess I'll find out if I let Suzuha talk. We should head back to the lab, but first... I offer Suzuha my handkerchief. She looks at me for a second, then takes it and ties it around her burned hand. Thanks. Apples are good uns. Apples and peanut butter. Bye, Max. She should probably see a doctor about her hand, but there's no time for that. Mayuri's death is approaching. I just hope she's not in too much pain. I wrap a towel around her hand to keep people around us from staring. Welcome back, Okarin. Oh, Suzu-san's with you too. When we get to the lab, Mayuri and Daru are there for some reason. I thought I sent them home. Mayuri gives me a ditzy answer when I ask them. I really thought we should celebrate the birth of Super Phone Wave-chan. Daru-kun and I went shopping. I should have known she wouldn't stay away. Missy looks as worried as I am. She leans close and whispers into my ear. What do we do? Make absolutely sure Mayuri doesn't find out. Misu nods slightly. What are you guys whispering about? How many times do I have to say it? No party! Come on, Okarin, that's no fun. It's not about fun. I glance at Suzuha. She still looks depressed. Suzu-san, are you feeling okay? Suzuha, Christina, and I have important matters to discuss. That's why I asked you to leave for the day. Mayushi wants to hear too. I think he's serious. But Suzu-san looks sad. Mayushi's worried. Sorry. Suzuha hangs her head and bites her lip. I know she feels responsible for Mayuri's death. But how is she related? That's what I'm here to find out. I want Shina Mayuri and Hashira Itaru to stay. This concerns them too. Bitch, do you know what you're gonna do if you tell Mayuri that she's gonna die in 5 hours? Like, nobody should have that knowledge. That would be awful. If Suzuha says so, then I have no objections. But I quietly pull her aside and remind her not to tell them about Mayuri's impending death. And I quickly explain Suzuha's true identity. That she posted on @channel as John Titor, that the satellite is really a time machine. She came from the year 2036. A girl from the future? That's awesome! Can I shake your hand? We're not playing around here, Daru. What year were you born? 2017. Oh, that's this year! Crazy! Oh my god, there are babies being born. In 2017. They're gonna be old! Oh no! This is awful. That's in 7 years. You haven't been born yet, but you're here. Uh-huh? There's no time to deal with Mayuri's confusion. Alright, Suzuha, let's hear it. Apples and peanut butter go together so well. Well, the gist is what I posted on that channel. I came from the future, the year 2036. In my time, the world is a dystopia ruled by CERN. There's no war, no conflict, but no freedom either. Dystopia? A society where every activity is controlled by the government. And that's not what that's not I understand your confusion. In a dystopia, you're not allowed to eat bananas unless today's banana eating day. If you break that rule, they throw you in jail without a trial. Yeah, no, that's what 1984 is. That's not what a dystopia necessarily is, but okay, we'll just let it go. That's terrible. Mayushi loves bananas. It's a failed state. Let me see if, oh my, what was that about? What is this? Oh, I've been getting notifications this whole time and I have. Let me Google it. An imagined place or state in which everything is unpleasant or bad, typically a totalitarian or environmentally degraded one. Oh, thanks, Negapole. Oh, that sounds good, Mobs. Forget about the bananas. The opposite of a utopia. I'm part of the resistance fighting to free humanity from CERN's control. I came to the past to change my present. From your point of view, I guess I should say the future. Change the future. Future. Doesn't sound like she's joking. What about finding your father? Was that a lie? Suzuha doesn't answer. Does that mean it was a lie? CERN is a research institution. They don't have political power. I explained that to John Titor several times online. Wait, don't tell me. You're Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha? Kurisu turns red and looks away. Titor came forward, so it's only fair that I do too. In that case, I'll come clean too. I was posting under my true name, Hoin Kyo. I know. Ah, you harmonized! Suzuha frowns. She must not like having anything in common with Kurisu. She clears her throat and continues. CERN is still a research institution in 2036. The world is actually ruled by CERN's secret backers, the Committee of 300. They're real? That name was in CERN's top secret documents. Bitch, why would they write it down in their top secret documents if it wasn't real? Ho? When CERN successfully completed their time machine, they became the sole entity with power over the fourth dimension, time. In just 2 years, they remade the world to serve their purpose. It's 2 years. That's only an objective time. I bet CERN's time travelers spent many decades leaping back and forth across history, building the foundation of CERN's rule. That brings us to you, Makise Kurisu. Suzuha glares at Kurisu. In 2036, you're apothecized as the mother of the time machine. Apothecized? In Japanese, please. Apotheosized, as in revered, respected. She keeps using unusual vocabulary. Or maybe that's normal vocabulary in 2036? Respected? Huh? I am? In 2010, you pioneered time leap technology. Afterwards, you contribute to the development of CERN's time machine. That's what I know about Makise Kurisu. Is that why she treats Kurisu like an enemy? Then I must be the father of the time machine, right? Okabe Rintaro is a terrorist in 2036. You're pretty infamous. Whoa, it's so cool hearing about their future selves. Seriously? I'm a terrorist in the future? I helped CERN build their time machine? I don't believe it. CERN experiments on people against their will. They're a disgrace to scientists everywhere. I would never collaborate with them. But that's how it is in the future. How did the future me explain herself? We've never met. By 2036, you're already dead. Sorry. Well, that's just great. I don't even make it to 50? In my time, there are two kinds of people. Those who live extremely long lives and those who die young under suspicious circumstances. People who act against CERN are erased. They erased me? Suzuha looks into Kurisu's eyes. For once, she's not glaring at Kurisu. Maybe you were being used by CERN too. Maybe they took your parents hostage and forced you to work on their time machine. No. Does that mean Mama's in danger? Oh my god, is that real? Oh no. Kurisu's mother is in America. It's not terribly difficult to imagine CERN kidnapping her while Kurisu's away. After all, I watched Moeka kill Mayuri in cold blood. Rounders. What's that? CERN's private army, or something like that. Suzuha nods. On paper, they're an independent technology research firm. In reality, they do the dirty work for CERN all over the world. According to Moeka, they have two chief duties. First, to acquire IBM 5100s, the only computers that can access CERN's secret database. Second, to find promising scientists in the field of time travel and force them to cooperate with CERN, or eliminate them if they will not. They already exist. I thought they might. In my time, they're our #1 enemy. Dirty work? Does that mean, like, kidnappings and assassinations? Suzuha looks to me with a question in her eyes. I shake my head. In my time, yes. But I don't think they've reached that level in this time yet? Thought he was visibly relieved. Mane-san, you said that most of what you posted at John Tider was true, right? Right. Does that mean you know how the universe works? You claim the Everett Wheeler model, the many worlds interpretation, is correct. That was a lie. Camouflage so CERN wouldn't target me. If I mix one lie into the truth, then the bad apple spoils the barrel. So you don't know. I do. By 2036, scientists have successfully modeled the structure of the universe, and it's not the many worlds interpretation. Really? Tell me! Attractor fields. Right. I told you by mail, didn't I? What sort of model is that? The universe is made up of world lines and attractor fields. Yuzuha walks over to Mayuri's sewing table and picks up a ball of red yarn. She holds one end of the yarn and drops the ball to the floor, then holds about a meter of yarn in front of her face. The universe is like this piece of yarn. Countless possible world lines exist side by side, branching out to infinity. From a distance, it looks like a single string, but when you look closer, the string is actually made up of individual threads woven together. At the end, those threads converge on a single point. The paths are different, but the destination is the same. Isn't that determinism? Close. This model's a little looser. You could say it cherry-picks from the many worlds interpretation and the Copenhagen interpretation. The branches all lead to the same place. Does that mean there's only one world in the end? Exactly. The bundle of world lines that share a point of convergence is called an attractor field. There are also many attractor fields. This string is attractor field alpha. The threads are alpha world lines. Suzuha then cuts meter lengths of blue, yellow, and white yarn. Blue is beta, yellow is gamma, and white is delta. Each is made up of countless beta world lines, gamma world lines, or delta world lines. She twists the different colored strings together, then stretches them out as one fat, multicolored string. Attractor fields are superpositioned like this. In each attractor field, the world lines converge on a different result. They don't interact. Each attractor field is independent of the others. Of course, they all diverged from a common point somewhere in the past, but they will all converge again at some point in the future. But that takes many hundreds of years. You can think of the attractor fields as very long world lines. Can you compare it to an eroge? Teach me a erotic one. There's no erotic one here. No, he's right. It is like an eroge. Each heroine's route is an attractor field, and the small choices within are the individual world lines. But at the end, they all enter the true route for the grand ending. Holy crap! Oh my god, why didn't you guys say it in the first place? That's a perfect metaphor to use for me. Man! The only difference is the length of the common parts. By the way, I choose the little sister's attractor field. Oh, get off. God. You guys are hopeless. Better do something quick. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Just ignore them. Let me get this straight. The reason I can't save Mayuri is that her death is the event upon which this attractor field converges? But that means the world really is killing Mayuri. But then, isn't it impossible to change the future? It always converges in the end, right? No matter what you do, the result is the same. That's right. That's why Mayuri dies no matter how many times I leap. We have to escape attractor field alpha. Escape? In other words, we're going to jump to a world line in attractor field beta. I thought attractor fields couldn't interact. Attractor fields are normally separate, but if we go to the instant they diverge... Is that now? I was taught a major divergence occurs in 2010. This year, an earth-shattering event causes divergence at the attractor field level. The last time such a divergence occurred was in the year 2000, before that in 1991. What happened those years? Events that changed the face of the world. 1991 was the collapse of the Soviet Union, right? What happened in 2000? 2001 had the 9/11 attacks. The year 2000 problem. Y2K? But that was just hype. Nothing happened. That's because the alpha world line we're on represents a world where Y2K didn't occur. In other words, there are worlds where it did occur. And that brings us to 2010. Did something big happen this year? What else could it be? Oh my god, you were born in 2000? I need a drink. Suzuha looks towards the development room. But the creation of humanity's first time machine. Oh yeah, wow! One more question. Kurisu keeps plowing ahead. I guess that's what makes her a scientist. These world lines aren't parallel worlds, are they? No. Ultimately, they're just possibilities that exist simultaneously. Then how do you observe the differences between world lines? Wouldn't you need a god's-eye view to do that? Normally. However. Suzuha looks at me. Don't tell me. Reading Steiner? Thanks, Gym Notes. Is that what you call it? Okabe Rintaro. You have the power to observe changes across world lines, correct? Yeah. That's the key. Your power is the key to freeing the world from CERN's rule. You have the power of a god. Power. If you escape Attractor Field Alpha and reach a beta world line, then the result will change. I feel a shiver of excitement. So there's hope? I can save Mayuri? Suzuha nods firmly. Then I must do it. I have no choice. Wait a second. Kurisu, however, is not so enthusiastic. How do we know this is all true? What if Amane-san is just making stuff up? What? I'm not making stuff up! Calm down, I'm not trying to pick a fight. But I still have questions. 1, how did you know about Okabe's power? 2, how did you know Okabe and I were in Akihabara in 2010? Don't you know a little too much for someone born in 2017? He has a point. Everyone looks to Suzuha. Oh, please don't say it, 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 please don't say it. It was written in Dad's will. His will? What do you mean? His will was what made me decide to time travel. My dad was one of the founding members of the Resistance. He hid from CERN and researched time travel on his own. He wanted me to change the future. But CERN killed him. That's why I'm here. Fulfilled his dream. I'm sorry. Suzuha doesn't look at Kurisu. He still seems to have a grudge against her. Kurisu would never actively cooperate with CERN, I know that. But I can't just say it in front of Suzuha. For some reason, Suzuha really does see Kurisu as responsible for the problems of the future. If that's the case, why doesn't Suzuha just kill Kurisu? Wouldn't that change the future too? Maybe she can't. World lines converge. No matter how hard I struggle, Mayuri dies. Similarly, it may be impossible for Suzuha to kill Kurisu, no matter how much she may want to. Suzuha clears her throat as if to change the subject. Akihabara 2010. The time machine created here accelerates CERN's own time machine research. We have to stop that from happening in order to guide history in a new direction. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. I'm really worried that Daru's her dad, and I just don't want it to be true. I hate Daru. Daru shouldn't be able to have sex with anybody. Stop it? How? CERN already knows about us. That's clear from Moeka's attack. Dad believed the ultimate cause was the very first email you sent with your time machine. Email? It wasn't because they caught us hacking? Like I said, nobody can catch my hacking. Which email are you talking about? I know. Wasn't it the email Okarin sent that said Chris-chan died? Right. The email I sent to Daru right after Dr. Nakabachi's conference. Oh, that. Wow, how interesting that Daru's the only other person who would have received that email. How curious that that's what was written in Suzuha's dad's will. I wonder what that's about. Back then, we hadn't yet realized what the phone wave was a time machine. Stern probably intercepted that email and realized what it meant. They were already onto us back then? Come to think of it, the first time I met Moeka was the day after I sent that email. We really jumped in the deep end, huh? Mayushi's good at the breaststroke. Alright, then do a sexy underwater pose. But how did they intercept our email? Hundreds of millions of emails are sent around the world each day. CERN uses the Echelon network to collect communications pertaining to time travel research worldwide. Echelon? It really exists? What is an echelon? Let's see. According to conspiracy theorists, Echelon is an advanced signals interception system based in the United States and operated by the National Security Agency. American authorities have never publicly admitted to Echelon's existence, and no proof it exists has ever been found. Participating countries allegedly include the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, but not France! As an ally of the United States, Japan can allow the construction of domestic Echelon stations in exchange for access to the intercepted data. The elephant cage antenna array located at Misawa Air Base in Aomori, Japan is rumored to be one such station. These stations are said to intercept, collect, and analyze a wide range of signals, including private cell phone transmissions. Echelon sees everything. Any transmission that even hints at time travel is filtered and sent to CERN. You're not safe. You're not safe, Thorn. For example, an email that appeared to have come from the future. We need to find the record of that email in CERN's database and delete it. If you do that, CERN will never know you exist. The time machine won't be completed in 2034. If we're lucky, the program may be shut down entirely. In other words, deleting that data will take us to the attractor field, where CERN doesn't build a time machine. There wasn't any data like that when we hacked CERN's database. The IBN 5100. Ooh! Of course, CERN's IBN 5100 database. That's probably where they store the data from Echelon. So that's what it is. Damn it, Daru, why didn't we use the IBN 5100 earlier? We never had one? What are you talking about? I got one, remember? Huh? Right, that was on a different world line. On this world line, I never found the IBN 5100. My mission is to make sure you acquire an IBN 5100. You have one? I'm going to 1975 to obtain one. So the reason we don't have an IBN 5100 is because she never traveled back to 1975 because something went wrong. Because of Moeka! Because Moeka sent that message! We didn't have the IBN 5100 anymore. Because they intercepted her in 1975. And that's why there was no... That's why there was no message. Damn it. 1975, the year the IBN 5100 went to market. I know because the John Titor in 2000 said that was his mission. Was that John Titor Suzuha too? Anyway, if Suzuha can get us an IBN 5100, then we can leave this attractor field and jump to a beta world line, where CERN never finds us and their time machine is never completed. Mayuri won't have to die. Alright, we need to move fast. How soon can you leave, Suzuha? I was trying to leave when you caught me, but... Suzuha bows her head apologetically. I look at her burnt hand. She's hiding it from Mayuri and Daru, but I can see blood staining my handkerchief. It hurts to look at. Maybe we should get her to a doctor. Right, your time machine's broken. Can you fix it? No, I just write it. My dad's the one who built it. I've memorized the manual, so I know how it works, but... doesn't mean she knows how to repair it. There's no guarantee that a time machine from 2036 can be repaired with today's technology. Maybe we can use the time leap machine to go back before Amane-san's time machine broke. Wait, you're going to use the time leap machine? Wasn't your plan not to experiment? I still haven't told Daru about my time leaping. There's no time to explain. We'll use it if the situation demands. Do you know when it broke, Suzuha? No. It was probably the rain a few days ago. It's supposed to be airtight, but the inside was all wet when I checked it today. Maybe it made a hole when you crashed into Radicon? That wasn't a crash. The coordinates were slightly off, so it just appeared there. Not exactly the most stable machine. Anyone remember when it rained? The morning of the 10th, just before dawn. Time leap machine can only cover 48 hours in a single leap. The time leap machine was completed today, the 13th at 2 p.m. Wait, weren't we in a world? No, we were in a world line. We were in a world line where... We were in a world line. There was a world line where the satellite just randomly up and disappeared. I don't remember when that was. Damn it. The time leap machine was completed today, the 13th at 2 p.m. That means we can't go further back than 2 p.m. on the 11th. Good night, Eon. Damn, we can't get there with the time leap machine. I thought we had a glimmer of hope. Ah, I see, Connor. I think we should try to fix it. Yeah, it's a time machine, so we have plenty of time, right? Risu Suzuha and I say nothing. We know. In less than 2 hours, Mayuri will die. It's already 5:30. There's barely enough time to sneak into Radicon, let alone fix Suzuha's time machine. Maybe I should leap to 2 p.m. on the 11th. Then we'll have 2 full days to fix the machine. You're all hungry, aren't you? You should be. What's this all of a sudden? Mayushi's hungry! As expected from a glutton. I take a 10,000 yen bill out of my wallet. Mayuri, Daru, I leave the shopping to you. You can come up with a plan while we eat. Wow, Okarin, what are we gonna do with all this money? Buy food, lots of food, use it all. You just calmly hand over a 10,000 yen bill. Wow, Okarin, you make it look easy. That's why we love you. That's why we admire you. Mayuri and Daru leave in high spirits. I knew the 10,000 yen bill would work. Hey, Agent! Ooh, good luck to them. It's almost over, Shadow. Christina, tighter. Tighter? Is that me? Who else? Are you calling me that now? Because you're the one behind Tighter's mask. Well, yeah, but... Just give up. Okabe rarely calls anyone by their name. Oh yeah, he always calls me part-time warrior for some reason. Listen, you two. I'm going to leap to 2 p.m. on the 11th. After Tighter explains herself again, we'll start repairs in the time machine. Our goal is to have it working by this time today. Is that the best plan? Better than trying to fix it when we only have 2 hours left. If it doesn't work, I'll just keep repeating the same 2 days. I'm sorry. Tighter, we're counting on you to get us an IBN 5100. Never forget, I'm not doing this for you, and I'm not doing it for the future. My mission is to save Mayuri. Call me self-righteous if you want. However, I'm doing this my way. Risu and Suzuha give an encouraging nod in agreement. Good, then let's begin. Not going to name the operation? Who cares about that? This isn't a game. Mayuri's life hangs in the balance. You couldn't find a good Norse mythology-themed name? Why Norse mythology? I don't think there's a deep meaning behind it. Shinibyo patients just love dramatic names for some reason. Aw, good luck! Kuroyasha, thank you for following and enjoy your apprenticeship. Now that you mention it, most of our operation names in the Resistance have Germanic names too. Whenever I ask, they say it's tradition. Daru. There's still Chunibyo in 2036. Cut the chatter. Mayuri's life hangs in the balance. There's no time for this. Risu sets up the time leap machine while Suzuha goes to turn on the 42-inch CRT. Well before Mayuri returns, I leap. When I come to, I'm standing with my phone in hand. While I wait for the ringing in my ears to subside, I check the date and time on my phone screen. August 11th, 2:21. Alright, now I have 2 more days. As a matter of fact, I leapt twice. First to 2 p.m. on the 13th when the machine was completed. From there, I leapt an additional 48 hours to 2 p.m. on the 11th. was my first consecutive leap, but it seems to have gone well. I immediately head downstairs to see Suzuha. I'm relieved to see her hand isn't burned. I explain the situation. Suzuha races to Radicon to confirm my story. After she realizes I'm telling the truth, I take her back to the lab and have her repeat the explanation she gave us before I time leaped. We come to the conclusion that all we can do right now is try our best to repair Suzuha's time machine. Let's go take a look. Daru is unusually enthusiastic. I guess Suzuha's talk of attractor fields and divergence and correcting history's mistakes got his blood pumping. Hold on, everyone! Mayuri stops as we're about to leave the lab. Guys, aren't we forgetting something? Like what? What about Suzu-san's dad? Oh, right. I thought Suzuha was lying about that. When I turn to her, she looks away. That doesn't matter now, does it? It does too! I mean, it'll take time to fix the time machine, won't it? We should help Suzu-san find her dad in the meantime. Right? But when I show reluctance, Mayuri puffs out her cheeks. Don't be like that, Okarin. You have to keep your promise. What promise? You promised, remember? We said we'd all look for Suzu-san's dad. That's right. We convinced her to stay by promising to help her look for her father. Yeah, I remember. You know, I know Suzu-san has a mission and stuff, but I think she also came because she really wanted to meet her dad. Aishi wants to make that happen. Mayuri feels it strongly about it. There's no way I can refuse. You know, Mayuri, you're such a nice girl. Suzuha sniffles. You're right. I thought I could find him if I came to this town. I know that he was in Akihabara in 2010. So your father's real? Of course he is. At this age, he's probably still young and cool. Oh, honey. Listen, Humor. I am very glad you're here. But this is, like, we are at the very end of the game. This is full spoiler zone. I'm giving you the option right now to turn off the stream and run away. That's all I can do. For your own sake. But I'm continuing. His name was Beryl Tider, right? Yeah, that's right. Wow, a foreigner? No, I'm pretty sure he's Japanese. Beryl Tider is his codename in the Resistance, but I don't think he's using it yet. That's why Suzuha called herself John Tider. I don't know his real name. Some daughter, huh? Suzuha looks like she's about to cry for an instant, but she quickly covers it with a bitter smile. He died before he could tell me. Hearing that, I realize how hellish the world she came from must be. What about your surname, Amane? That was my mother's maiden name. Do you have no leads? Leads. Oh, there is one thing. Suzuha claps her hands together and starts patting her pockets. A few seconds later, she reaches into one and pulls out a pin? Bye, Humor! It's just a regular pin, the kind you stick on your hat or bag. There's something written on it. It reads, Oshim 7010. Thank you for following, humor-loving guy. Enjoy your apprenticeship and escape while you still can! This belonged to my dad. A memento. Google it, Daru. Daru runs a search but only gets incomprehensible foreign sites. He was here in Akihabara, so I think we can exclude the foreign sites. Okay, got it. He narrows the search down to Japanese sites. But even then, none of the results look relevant. Nothing. But this has to be some kind of hint. With Suzuha's permission, I take a picture of the pin. Okay, all in favor of helping Suzu-san find her dad? I want to argue that there's no time for that, but Mayuri's right when she says the time machine won't be ready for a while. I guess there's no harm in letting her have her way. After all, there's no point in running, not even with 2 days head start. Even if I drag Mayuri to the ends of the earth, we wouldn't be able to escape her death. I know that now. No objections. Thanks, Okarin! Daru raises his hand in agreement. So does Kurisu. It's decided. We'll help Suzuha find her father. Everyone, thank you. But I want to be clear that my mission to 1975 comes first. That was my dad's final wish, after all. So if we still haven't found him by the time repairs are complete, I think we should give up. Is that okay? Are you sure? If we still haven't found him by then, it just wasn't meant to be. It's a relief to hear Suzuha say that. Okarine can't be your dad. I think it's Daru. So where do we start? The pin is our only hint. We'll hit every store in Akiba that sells things like this. Maybe someone will know where it came from. What kind of stores? Akiba is full of niche stores where you can find strange and cool accessories. It's hard to sneak into Radicon in the daytime. There isn't a crowd out front like before, but pedestrian traffic remains constant. It takes us about 30 minutes to find a way in. Risu's back at the lab working on the time leap machine. It needs to be complete by 2 p.m. on the 13th. If she's late, it could affect my ability to time leap, which would lower my chances of saving Mayuri. Speaking of Mayuri, she wandered off somewhere in search of Suzuha's father. How does it look? I call to Daru, who's examining the flooded time machine, while Suzuha and I keep a lookout. Daru crawls out of the machine. He's covered in sweat and his breathing is heavy. We quickly pull his huge body out. The time machine is completely visible from the street. If someone were to see us up here, they might report us to the police. It's been 2 weeks since the satellite appeared, but Akiba still has tourists who come just to see it. We need to take care not to be noticed. It's so freaking hot in there. It's worse than a sauna. Spend too much time in there and I'll turn it into Dari jerky. By the way, it's not gonna fall or anything, right? The time machine is balanced precariously on the ledge, but the police have hooked up support wires, so Dari probably has nothing to worry about. Can it be fixed? Well, I still don't know for sure, but there is one thing I've noticed just now. It's built kind of like the phone wave. That means there's a chance, right? I said I'm not sure. I need to poke around some more. Daru, Super Haka. Everything depends on your skills now. You are the Super Haka who will save the world. In 2036, people will worship you instead of Kurisu, the mother of the time machine. It's Hacker! How many times do I have to tell you? Anyway, you have 2 days. Do whatever it takes, Daru. I place my hand on Daru's shoulder and look straight into his eyes. You're our only hope. No promises, man. And why 2 days? Well, because that's when Mayuri will die, but I can't say that. In 2 days, the weather conditions will be perfect for creating the ring singularity. If we miss that window, we won't have another chance until next year. Nice excuse, Suzuha. Precisely. Fix it in 2 days? That's just nuts. But if you do it, you'll earn the right to a date with Ferris. Can you fix it? No problem! Great, now I just need to figure out how I'm going to convince Ferris. We're searching for something with the same cryptic logo as this mysterious pin. Honestly, I didn't think it would be this difficult. What color are Ferris's eyes? Are they pink? They're not yellow, right? I'm just saying, wouldn't it be funny if that pin was from a tournament that Ferris was playing? Akiba has plenty of niche stores, but they're all for electronic goods and PC parts. There aren't that many selling accessories like Suzuha's pin. We check every one that we can find, but come up empty-handed. None of the store employees have any idea where it came from either. We even check nearby neighborhoods like Ueno and Asakusa. Nothing. Suzuha and I return to the lab with heavy hearts. Welcome back. Hey! Sup? Kurisu emerges from the development room to greet us. She's alone. From the looks on her faces, I guess you didn't find anything. Where's Daru? He hasn't come back yet. It's already dark, so maybe he went straight home? It's too dark to work at Radicon now. We can't use lights because that would be too conspicuous to the people below. Mayuri isn't around. Is she making any progress in the search for Suzuha's father? I feel bad. There's no time for this. Not for you. We're doing it to save Mayuri. Yeah. I start up Daru's computer and search the net for communities of people who collect unique pins. I'll investigate tomorrow based on the information I find. Hey, Tian! Daru's got brown hair. There's a pin collecting group on a site called Frey Para where everyone shows off their collections. I post there asking for information. I'm sleeping on the couch when a loud alarm rings in my ears. It's a turn! I jump up and see Kurisu and Suzuha. Kurisu's holding her phone. It's the source of the sound.
Good morning.
Good morning. Her sour expression says it's not good at all. I wish she'd put herself in my shoes and see what it's like to be woken up suddenly like that. Oh my god, Plu, you've missed a lot. I'm sorry. Fill Plu in. I'll continue, since we only have 30 minutes left. I check the time on my phone. It's just before 7 a.m. You came to wake me up? Thanks. I didn't do it for you. I asked her to wake you up, Okabe Rintaro. There's something I want to show you. I realize there's a strange object sitting on the table in front of me. What's this? A divergence meter. The numbers indicate the divergence value of the current world line. Divergence is measured from my original world line, which corresponds to 0. We don't actually know Daryu's the dad. We're trying to figure out who the dad is right now. You made this? No, I brought it with me from 2036. These are Nixie tubes, right? Whoever made this has taste. I'd happily dub it Future Gadget number 9. How exactly does it work? It shouldn't be possible to measure changes like that. Suzuha shrugs. I don't know either. You don't know? Can you guess who made it? How should I know? You did, Okabe Rintaro. Huh? You made it, 11 years from now. It apparently works the same way your special power does. Oh. This meter... Blue, what we do know is that she's John Titor, like she finally admitted it. So this meter lets other people check world line divergence? I wish. I'm pretty sure only Okabe Rintaro would notice if the number changed. What? There's no point. Make something useful for once, Okabe. I ignore Kurisu's complaints and look at the meter again. This is something I made. 15 years have passed since I complete it. 11 years will pass before I complete it. Strange feeling. Only the person who made it knows how it works. Wait 11 years. I'm sure he'll have it figured out by then. Have you met me in the future? You did say I was an infamous terrorist in 2036. For some reason, Suzuha's expression darkens momentarily. No, never. Oh. So why are you showing me this? When the meter reads over 1%, you've made it to the beta world line. Right. Reach 1% divergence and you'll save Shina Mayuri. I stare at the glowing red numbers. They don't budge. Just another 0.6. It seems so easy. But there are 6 digits after the decimal point and no tens place. What does that mean? Something tells me it won't be as easy as it looks. You can have it. No point in me carrying it around. I hope you'll find a use for it. Based on recommendations from the BBS thread, I spend the morning visiting stores in Akiba. My destinations run the gamut from otaku stores packed with anime goods to souvenir shops full of Olympic memorabilia. I even visit a few that specialize in locally manufactured goods. But although I hit just about every kind of store that could be considered niche, I'm unable to find anything that resembles Suzuha's pin. Maybe I should go all the way to Ikebukuro or Nakano. I start heading back to the lab, but just then a street vendor catches my eye. The storekeeper is a foreigner covered in tattoos. The table next to him is covered with accessories and other fashion items. This is the first time I've seen such a stylish street stand in Akiba. Most vendors just sell random junk. Not like I have anything to lose, so I walk over and check out the selection. Among the various accessories, I see a number of metal pins. What a coincidence. Do you have a pin like Suzuha's? I don't see the Oshima 7010 logo on any of the displayed accessories, but I'd better ask to be sure. Foreigner, so maybe I should use English? Our eyes meet. His are as bright and blue as the sky. I quickly look away. Damn, he must think I'm a coward. Better get this over with.
Hey, Master. I am mad scientist. So cool. Son of a bitch.
I love that! Can I help you? He smiles a wide, toothy smile. Nice teeth, and answers in Japanese. I was hoping for more of a reaction.
えーっと
I have a question if you don't mind.
ちょっと聞きたいことがある。
I take the photocopy of Suzuha's pin out of my pocket.
これに見覚え
Does this look familiar? The man stares at it for a while, then shrugs and shakes his head in the exaggerated manner, typical of Westerners.
これの出所が知りたい。
I want to know where it came from. Can you help me find out? Remember? Sorry, it's a little difficult. What does he say? By the way, where'd you get this
そ
thing?
れを知りたい。
That's what I want to know. I'll compensate you. I'm sorry. He apologizes in broken Japanese. Looks like this is another dead end. Just in case, I give him my contact information and ask him to get in touch if he finds out anything. Then I turn to leave. Okabe Rintaro. Suzuha is standing a short distance away. She's holding a drink. It's my favorite, Wait, no, that's cola. Want a drink? Accept the offer and quench my thirst while leaning on the roadside fence. Last time I saw her, Suzuha was on her way to Kanda to continue the search. How long has she been standing there?
成果は
Anything? Nope. What was with your English back there? It sounded dumb. Is that standard English in this era?
そんなわけあるか。
Of course not. Oh, so it's an Okabe Rintaro original. There's no overseas travel in my time, so I wouldn't know.
海外旅行がない。
Overseas travel? What, you mean at all? Pretty much. Travel permits are hard to get, and they'd never issue one for a vacation. I'd never seen a foreigner before coming to this time. So in the future, no one's allowed to leave Japan? Japan was like that a few centuries ago, too, when the Tokugawa shogunate closed the country to the west. Sounds like CERN set international relations back hundreds of years. Perhaps that's why there's no war in Suzuha's time. It's hard for conflicts to emerge when races and cultures can't interact. Ha! That's not true. Ever heard of civil war? Sounds kind of like a prison with invisible walls, guarded by CERN and the Committee of 300. I mean, ending war is obviously a good thing, but... Anyway, there's no point in thinking about the distant future now. We need to come up with a new plan. The sunlight beats on my head, making it hard to think. I feel like I'm standing in a sauna. Why does the sun hate me so much? Shining in the center of the sky like he owns the damn place. Damn it, why can't we find any information on that pin? Suppose it's no skin off my back if we don't find Suzuha's father. As long as Daru fixes the time machine, nothing else matters. Why do I feel so bad about my lack of progress? I really don't know. Maybe I'm just frustrated by my own powerlessness. I can't save my Yuri, I can't fix Suzuha's time machine, I can't even help Kurisi with the time leap upgrade. What am I good for? The only thing I can do is help Suzuha find her father.
もしかして
Maybe this pin is newer than we think. I mean, maybe it hasn't been made yet.
まだできていないとは。
Suzuha stretches, then looks at me with a calm smile. Maybe I'm not meant to meet him. I mean, we've tried everything and still no sign. It's just not in the cards, I guess. I feel a surge of anger at her words. Here I am, stewing in self-loathing, and she acts like it doesn't matter?
諦めるのか。
How can you give up? We still have one more day! Why are you getting mad?
みんなお前
Everyone is fighting for you! Don't you get it?
俺だって
Me? I want to prioritize my Yuri over everything else.
それでも
But you're still a lab mem. A friend. When a friend's in trouble, you want to help them. That's how my Yuri felt, and I agree. That's why I'm searching.
お前が真っ先に諦めてどうする
So how dare you be the first to give up? You don't have to yell.
あまり
Don't disappoint me like this.
俺をナ
I
イス
tell myself to calm down. This is just my own feelings of impotence boiling over. There's no time for this. Sorry, but maybe you should think about how I feel. I realize that we have an audience. Some pedestrians are grinning at us like they think we're a bickering couple or something. I take a deep breath. You're right. I shouldn't have said that. It's too awkward to make eye contact. So I look around, pretending to think. Alright, what next?
これ
I
から
wonder how the other lab members are progressing. I'm especially concerned about Daru. Depending on the situation, he might need some relief. He's been working in that heat for hours, so we should bring him something cold to drink. Then there's Mayuri. She's been working alone, trying to find some information on Suzuha's father. If I close my eyes, I can still recall her deaths, in every detail. I resist the urge to pound my head against the wall. Although we still have over 24 hours before that happens, I can't help but worry about leaving her alone. Currently, all I can do is search for that pin. We decide to try Ikebukuro as our last stop for today. It would be nice to visit home, but I don't have the time, and besides, Suzuha's with me. Our search turns up nothing. As the evening wears on without a single lead, Suzuha and I grow quieter and quieter. We're exhausted from walking, and we can't shake the feeling that all our efforts are futile. This isn't good.
そういえば
By the way, I try stirring up conversation. We get her to talk about the future. After all, she's a time traveler. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I remember how shocked Kurisu was to learn that she only lives to be 44. I was told that I become a terrorist.
2036
Am I
年
really famous in 2036?
テロリストとしてね。
As a terrorist?
そうか
Oh.
それで
So what did I do to be called a terrorist?
セルに反逆したの。
You rebelled against CERN. You're actually one of the founding members of the Resistance, just like my dad.
所属してたレジスタンス
I helped found the Resistance? I guess it makes sense given what we're going through now.
同じくね。
Suzuha is from the future of this timeline where Mayuri is doomed to die and where CERN forces Kurisu to build a time machine. In such a future, how could I not rebel against CERN? Rebellion against the system, destructive order, a new age of chaos. Weren't those my ambitions as a mad scientist?
くだらない
How stupid.
くだらない
Stupid?
マユリを助けることも
How can I still be chasing some Chunibyo fantasy when I couldn't even save Mayuri?
世界に自由
You're fighting to free humanity. I think it's a noble
立
cause.
派な志だと思うけど。
Suzuha is part of the resistance I form. Does that mean she's my subordinate in the future?
俺はどんな男だった
What sort of man am I? Suzuha's expression darkens.
だから
I said we never met, remember?
そうだったか
Ever? Never. You were
君はさ、
killed by CERN in 2025. Killed by the same people who killed Mayuri. They had no reservations about murdering an innocent girl. I doubt they would hesitate to kill a terrorist.
もっと早く教えとくべきだったかも。
Oh, I heard it, Negapo. Maybe I should have told you sooner.
わかるでしょ
Understand? If you don't change the future, you're going to die in 15 years.
シーナ・マユリも
Hina Mayuri will die, you will die, Makisa Kurisu will be a slave to CERN. It ends badly for every labman.
だろう
What about Daru?
と
I don't remember hearing about him.
前は聞いたこと
I have heard legends of a wizard-class hacker, though.
そもそも
Though I don't understand what wizard class means in the first place.
知らない
Wizard class. I coined that term. I can imagine Daru slowly insinuating himself into every corner of the internet until he becomes a godlike virtual presence that not even CERN can comprehend.
とにかくさ
Anyway, I don't want that to happen to you guys.
だからなおさら私が IBN5000
That's one more reason I need to find an IBN 5100 and change the future.
この時代に来るまで
Until I came to this time, you guys were just stories, history. But now, you're my friends.
なんとかしたい
I want to save you.
助かる
Appreciated.
お前はこれからも
You are a labman, now and forevermore.
サンキュー
Thanks! No? Question, are you sure I can finish the time leap machine in a day? We still haven't found our lifter substitute, remember? I can't complete the upgrade without it. I already told Chris I was confident in her ability to complete the time machine on time, but it occurs to me I forgot to tell her about the 42-inch CRT. Oh, motherfucker, why are you... Don't send the email, don't send the email, don't send the email, so don't send the email, don't send the email, don't send the email, don't send the email. Oh, hell. I send a reply and decide to keep searching for the pin with Suzuha just a bit longer. Time is quickly running out. Is there anything more that we can do? It's nearly evening, but the roof of Radicon is still hotter than hell. They track every single email that relates to time travel whatsoever. So now they know. When I provide Daru with a refreshing gift to Dr. P, a frown appears on his sweaty face. You're supposed to give me an ice-cold, zero-calorie soda. Common sense, man. I forgot he's a cola guy. No sense in letting it go to waste. I drink the Dr. P myself. Daru and Suzuha start discussing the time machine. Mayuri and I watch from a short distance away.
ねえねえオカリ
Hey, Okarin, isn't it amazing the satellite was a time machine?
あ
Yeah, I guess so.
あそうだ
I thought Taito's time machine was a car, a 1970s Chevy. It never even occurred to me to suspect the satellite. I should know better than to take anything for granted. In retrospect, the satellite was suspicious from the start. Not only had it appeared out of nowhere, but Taito only started posting afterwards. I'm disappointed in myself for not realizing the connection.
ビルに突き刺さ
I'm glad Suzu-san wasn't hurt in the crash.
鈴さん
I doubt it was anything like a crash. It probably just appeared there, displacing the wall, which then collapsed around it. After all, the time machine isn't self-propelled. It doesn't fly.
あれって
I heard it's really hard to drive.
難しい
I guess you heard that from Suzuha.
力運転
If the gravitational whatchamacallit coordinates are just a teensy bit off, the whole time machine becomes a jellyman and goes ploop.
しかもね
And she even said her time machine's unstable since it's not a CERN model.
1900
I'm worried about her trip to 1975.
二人乗りだ
Do you think I should go with her? I wonder if I'd fit.
お前が一緒に
What would you do in 1975?
決まってる
I'd cheer Suzu-san on, of course. I'd hold her hand super tight and tell her everything's gonna be okay. Something tells me that won't be much help.
ねえね
Hey, Okarin, do you think the time machine has a name?
名前か
A name. That's the least of what I want to know about the time machine. Time permitting, I like to spend a whole day picking Suzuha's brain. Pretty sure John Titor's time machine had a model number. But the Titor from 2000 might not have been Suzuha. There was no John Titor in 2000 on this world line after all. Although, I suppose it's possible Suzuha will drop by 2000 after traveling to 1975. If you want to know, just ask Titor. Oh yeah! Mayushi didn't think of that.
えしっかりしてたよ
Mayuri giggles, then runs off to talk to Suzuha. Comes back quickly. Yep, it has a name.
どんな名前だった
What is it? FG204 something something, she said. Something something?
っていうか
Anyway, don't you think Daru-kun and Suzu-san are a good match?
は
Huh? Mayuri's jumping all over the place today. Look at Daru and Suzuha again.
お似合い
How do you figure? Daru's all about Ferris, you know? Oh, really? Tilts her head to the side. Good grief. Mayuri and I aren't of any use. I would prefer to leave Daru and Suzuha to it and resume the search for Suzuha's father, but Mayuri seems happy just sitting here. We don't have any leads on the pin or its owner. Maybe 2 days just aren't enough. No, that's quitter's talk. Like I told Suzuha, I don't want to give up. Besides, even if we don't get the information we need this time, I can use a time leap machine to repeat these 2 days until we do.
そういえば
But yeah, Mayuri, what happened to your costumes?
どうした
It's only a few more days until Komima. I remember Mayuri pulling all-nighters to get her costume done. Has that changed? Huh? I already made 2 costumes. One for Kaede-chan and one for Fubuki-chan.
3着目は
Weren't you making a third one for Lukako? Yeah, I was, but I couldn't convince her, so I gave up this time.
ルカちゃんがねえね
Hey, can Mayushi take a closer look at the time machine?
誰たちの邪魔
Just don't get in their way. Okie dokie. Murray beams happily, then runs over to the time machine. He's acting like this is a field trip. Behind her, the sun glows dark and orange on the horizon. Quite a view from up here. After a few minutes watching the sunset in silence, I realize Suzuha is standing behind me. She must have come over as Mayuri left. Our shadows are long and murky.
橋田至ってすごいねタイムマシンさ突貫工事とはいえうまくすると明日には直せるかもって
I don't like this emphasis they're putting. Hashida Itaru's amazing. You said if things go well, he could have the time machine fixed by tomorrow. I don't want him to be your father. He's a man who gets things done.
見た目は不摂生
And he looks so unhealthy and slow.
見た目で判断する
Don't judge a book by its cover. Yeah, I have a better impression of him now.
あのさ
Hey.
今言わないと
There's something I want to say and I feel like I'll never get another chance. Why so melodramatic?
私さ
I'm really grateful to you, all of you.
初めてこの時代に来た時
You're not so different, Connor.
人は誰もいなくて
When I came to this time, I didn't know anyone. I was all alone in a world completely different from my own.
この時代の方が
This era is so peaceful. That's a wonderful thing, but it scared me. All I knew was the fight against CERN.
でもさ
But now I have friends, real friends, who I can share my secrets with.
私が生まれる
All these people who lived before I was born are working so hard for my sake.
されて
Strange feeling, but a happy one too.
その気持ちは
I wanted you to know that.
だから
His tone is wistful. Why? I try to speak, but she continues before I
こ
can.
の時代に来ることが
Living with you guys in this time, it's been really fun.
っていうか
When I met you, you were all so strange and unique and over the top. I was kind of shocked at first, actually.
つながり
But before I knew it, I started to enjoy spending time with you.
2030
2036 is peaceful, too. People don't even fight anymore. Did you know that?
知るわけがない
How could I? I'm not even alive in 2036, right?
そっか
Not if you lost all that weight. Alright, sorry.
とにかくさ
Anyway, people don't fight. Ever. About anything. All forms of conflict, war included, have vanished. Whew, without a trace.
その代わり
Instead, everyone has dead eyes like fish. No one has ambition, nobody dreams. They just trudge through their lives without a single complaint. Oh sure, people smile, but they never get angry or sad. There's no individuality. Everyone's a robot. You got really mad at me before, remember? I was really surprised, but at the same time, I was really happy. You're a strange girl. I guess so. Suzuha looks at the time machine. Daru and Mayuri are standing next to it, talking cheerfully about something or another. You're all so bright and full of life. I envy you. Shina Mayuri, Hashira Itaru, even Makise Kurisu. And of course you. Don't be ridiculous. Are we all gonna die? I feel like we're all gonna die. There's nothing enviable about me. I'm worthless. I can't even save Mayuri. I want to be more like you. If you ask me, you're the amazing one. I'm happy to hear you say that. It's thanks to all of you that I'm still going strong. Being a lab mem, even for just a little while, was great. She smiles then, a soft, sad smile that tears at my heart. What does it mean? Being with you guys, even for just a little while, was great. Suzuha? Change the future, Okabe. Make it a world like this one where people can be free. Hey, come on, why are you being so sentimental? Does she not want to go to 1975? But I mean, she's got a time machine, so can't she just come back afterwards? Even as I think it, I realize how wrong I am. Of course. When Suzuha completes her mission and brings us the IBN 5100, the world line will change. The future will be rewritten. The 2036 she knows will cease to exist. To hear her describe it, the future's an awful place. But even so, it was her home. She has memories, or she has friends there. I'm sure comrades in arms and memories of her father barrel tighter. All of that will be lost to her forever. I wonder if she's getting sentimental. After we fix the time machine, let's have a party. Thanks! And yet she's still smiling that sorrowful smile. When the hell are we gonna figure out that it's Daru? Afterwards, I hit the street again in search of the pin. But the day ended without a single lead, so I reluctantly returned to the lab and tried searching the internet. A couple of hours later, and still no luck. So far, I've accomplished absolutely nothing. My frustration is mounting. I can time leap again, but will that really help us find Suzuha's father? An unfamiliar number. Who is it? Me.
Hi, Mr. Okabe Rintaro.
Oh, hey! The voice is heavily accented. I can barely make it out. Who is this guy? I jump to my feet and scan the room, then run to the window and check the road below. No suspicious figures in sight. Kurisu comes out of the development room and gives me a questioning look, but I waver back inside. What is that? Hey, Bat! I gulp and carefully choose my words. Identify yourself. You, one more afternoon, came to our factory, make inquiry, and told me your telephone number, you know? What are you saying? No, wait. I've heard this broken Japanese before. The strange Japanese filters through my brain, connecting synapses. That's right, it's that foreign street vendor I met this afternoon in Akiba. Identified.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Oh. You're welcome. I do custom work. Yesterday night, a guest come here, I remembered. That guest was please make pin badge same one you had. I don't quite get what he's saying, but he seems really excited about it. I'll head there right now. I go to the same spot as before. Although his stand has already closed, the Westerner is waiting for me. Oh, Okabe! Hello! Where did that guest of yours go? Client come here was yesterday time. The blue-eyed white man shrugs his shoulders. So it was yesterday. He contacted me because he remembered. What's his contact info? His name and address? Poison. Guest just for simulation. Private information have nothing. Last night someone came by wanting to make metal pins with the same design as Suzuha's. But he died of poisoning? Or the guest was just a simulation, so there's no private information? I'm not following. Japanese, very studious and awarding private information became nervous and serious, yes? That doesn't help. If guest had gave name or telephone number, however, no leak. That is business. Fatigue suddenly weighs down my shoulders. I don't understand a word he's saying anymore. My head is full of question marks. In hindsight, I should have brought Kurisu to speak English for me. I guess I'll just have to wing it. Or you could call her.
そいつはどう
What did your customer look like? Man? Woman?
Well,
Well, so young. Or so middle. Japanese have young face. Just by look, no understand.
特徴は
Anything else?
特徴
Um,
にゃり
maybe judo fighter? Or pro wrestler?
なんだ
What? Judo pro wrestler? What do you mean?
Yes!
That wasn't a yes or no question. What the hell do you mean?
Ah, balloon!
Balloon was balloon.
バルーン
Balloon, judo, pro wrestling?
Good!
No, not good! Are you trying to confuse me? I want to ask more questions, but the foreigner suddenly sees a policeman walking by and runs off. I consider chasing him, but decide against it to avoid police attention. I give up. The search has hit a dead end, and we barely have any time left to find Barrel Tighter. I can time leap again starting at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Looks like all I can do is wait until Christina's done working and then leap to the time the suspicious character appears at the stand. Really? Is that really what we're going to be doing? Ritsu carefully connects the two cords she's holding.
完成
Done. Time leap machine is complete. 2:30 p.m. on the 13th, about 20 minutes later than before. Ritsu walks into the lounge with a satisfied look on her face. It's just her, me, and Suzuha in the lab. I had Dario and Mayuri head to Radicon, ostensibly to work on the time machine.
タイムリープマシ
So
ン
that's a time leap machine. Suzuha gazes at the now complete machine in awe. I've already explained to her how time leaping works. It's as different as can be from Suzuha's time machine, which can physically displace actual bodies.
未来の記憶を思い出させるっていうのは
Yes, exactly, sumo. I just want us to get to the point where it makes you remember the future, right? That's pretty interesting. Suzuha crosses her hands behind her head and looks up at the ceiling.
空想とか
Intuition, sixth sense, deja vu.
そういうのって
I wonder if those things are actually you recalling future memories.
未来の2036
Some certain researchers in my time came up with a theory that memories are a way of sharing information across world lines.
それと似たような
Maybe it's similar to that.
岡部の力
I just wish we knew more about Okabe's Runic Steiner.
どういう仕組みな岡部だけの特
Is it unique to Okabe? Does everyone have the potential for it, and Okabe's is just stronger by coincidence?
一つ確かなことがある意識は記
One
憶
thing's for certain. My consciousness leaps to the past along with my memories.
それがなぜなのかいまいち納得いかない
I still don't understand why that is.
岡部が
It would make more sense if you experienced a change in the present like we do when we send a Dmail.
記憶に意識は依存してるのかな
Does your consciousness depend on your memories?
意識って
The problem is that consciousness doesn't have a form we can see.
魂もね
Same goes for the soul. Those things are still in the realm of religion.
2036年
Even in 2036, the existence of the soul hasn't been proven, and nobody's proven what forms consciousness either.
そう
Gee, that's a little disappointing.
意識が過去へ飛んだことで
Sending my consciousness back has let me change some future events with more precision than Dmail, but other events are locked in by convergence. I can change the method of Mayuri's death, but never the fact that she dies.
違うよ
Not how it works.
未来は確定
Future is always determined.
ならば
And why does the path there change?
世界線が変動
Because the world line changes.
岡部倫太郎
When you leap to the past and take different actions from before, the divergence changes if only a little bit.
でもその変動
In most cases, that fluctuation won't amount to more than 0.00001% on the
1%
divergence meter.
ちょっとしたことの場合
Small changes might not register at all.
誤差だ原因が変化すること
When you change the cause, the effect merely shifts to a separate, already existing world line.
しかも
Since those two world lines are almost exactly the same, you barely feel any
変
difference.
化なんてほとんど感じない
So is that why reading Steiner didn't react?
変わる前の世界
It's not like the previous world line disappears, it keeps existing as another possible world line.
その辺は多世界
That's the many worlds interpretation, right?
にしても
In any case, they're not parallel
未
worlds.
来は再構成されて
Is the future reconstructed?
そういうことに
I
なる
guess you could say that. I'm confused again. Same. Maybe it's possible for me to fully understand Maybe it's impossible for me to fully understand the structure of the universe. Anyway, that's enough discussion. Time for me to leap again. Explain the situation to Kurisu and have her activate the time leap machine immediately. Oh man, it looked like it wasn't gonna work. I don't need a break. I'm gonna end the stream soon, but I would like to end it after we know for sure that Darius are dead. It's the night of the 11th. I went back about 40 hours. My objective is to keep watch on the street vendor's stand in the hope that Suzuha's father might appear. I sent Suzuha elsewhere. I don't want her to be disappointed if I come up empty-handed. standing out of sight a short distance away from the stand, munching on energy bars and soy milk to appease my growling stomach. I've already been here for 2 hours. I forgot to ask for the exact time the suspicious character appeared, so I had to begin my stakeout before sunset. Now it's 8 p.m. and the stand looks like it's about to close. Is this another waste of time? That foreigner give me false information? But just as I'm finishing my milk, someone approaches the stand. Is that? I jump out of cover. I'm shocked! Daru! Sorry, Harrison. Okarin? Daru jumps in surprise, but I'm the one who's really shocked here. What are you doing here? I was gonna ask the same question. Storekeeper is looking at us funny, so we decide to change locations. Alright, Daru, what were you doing at that street stand? Don't tell me you were trying to counterfeit duplicates of Tider's pin. Fine, I won't tell you then. So that's what happened. Daru was the suspicious character the foreigner told me about. All that stuff about judo, pro wrestling, and balloons was referring to Daru's size? Could he have been more confusing? Damn, it was all for nothing. Good thing I didn't bring Suzuha along. Why were you trying to make counterfeit versions of the pin? I wasn't trying to counterfeit it. Close enough. Well, I meant it as a backup plan, I guess. Manishi's gonna be sad if we don't find her old man, right? So if that happens, I'll show her the badges I made and, well, lie that her dad was here. So you'll give her false hope. You don't have to put it like that. Remember, there are good lies and bad lies. Bad lies hurt people, good lies save them. What eroge did you get that from? Laden. And it's not an eroge, it's a visual novel that teaches you the meaning of life, so shut up. So, should I call off Operation Fake Titer? Do you really think that will make Suzuha happy? Daru's expression suddenly turned sad. Amaneshi told me not to tell anyone, but I guess I'd better tell you. Got a big mouth as usual. Still, he seems dead serious, so I'd better hear him out. I heard this from Amaneshi when we were discussing the repairs. Her time machine can only leap to the past. First, I don't understand what he means. Nonsense! Tider's time machine could travel both ways. Did you actually see it? Well, no. Besides, when you say Tider, you mean the one who appeared in 2000, don't you? I don't know anything about that Tider. Right, the Tider I know and Suzuha aren't necessarily the same person. Although their time machines are similar, there are significant differences. For example, one looks like a Chevy, the other looks like a satellite. So, wait. Once she leaves, she can't come back. You're saying that if she goes to 1975, she can't return to 2010? Not without living 35 years in real time. Is he serious? Does that mean Suzuha's time machine can never return to 2036? Didn't I just say that? Then it's defective! Right, she said the time machine was incomplete. Incomplete? Incomplete? According to Amaneshi, her old man built it in secret by reverse engineering CERN technology. But CERN killed him before he could complete it. Amaneshi insists it's fine as long as she can leap to the past, but... Are you sure about this? She said so herself. I don't think she was lying. So if she doesn't meet her old man before the time machine's repaired, she might never get another chance. So that's why he was trying to make a copy of that pin, as evidence that Suzuha's father was here. But making a fake version of her pin isn't going to solve anything. A lie is a lie. But if we don't get caught... I'll wave Daru's silent and massage my temples. Need to think. What difference does it make? True, Suzuha might be sad about missing her father, but that's none of my business. My top priority is Mayuri's safety. That's right. I mustn't let my emotions control me. I need to be more rational, more logical. There's a Japanese proverb, he who pursues two hares will catch neither. However, that sad smile on Suzuha's face... I understand what it meant. I feel something tight and deep within my chest. The next day, and as night falls, I summon all lab members except Kurisuta Radikan. Boiling hot on the rooftop even in the evening. I provide Daru with a refreshing gift of cola, his sweaty face lights up. Ooh, Okarin! An ice-cold zero-calorie cola! How thoughtful of you! Daru happily takes the cola and chugs it straight from the bottle. Afterwards, Daru and Suzuha start discussing the time machine. Mayuri and I watch from a short distance away. Okay. I'm gonna... Yep. all of this because it's definitely repeating what we already know.
二人乗りだ。
お前が一緒に行ってどうするの？
決まってるよ。ねえねえ、オカリン。
気になるなら。
そうだね。まゆしうっかりしてたよ。名前 FG204 なんていうかね。
Don't you think Daru-kun and Suzusan are a good match? I look at Daru and Suzuha
俺
again.
はそもそも
Daru's all about Ferris. Oh, really? She tilts her head to the side.
ねえね
Hey, can Mayushi take a closer
え、
look?
頼ませ。もっ
Goes.
とよく見てきていいかな。
Mayuri leaves. Suzuha comes over to stand beside me. Our shadows are long and murky in the fading light.
橋田至ってすごいね。見た目
Talks about how amazing he is. Temperature's finally starting to drop. Hey. She's saying,
聞いてる？
are you listening? I give a little nod. Really grateful to you.
この時代の
She talks about all this nice stuff.
私が生まれる前に
Yeah.
その気持ちは
I've heard these words before, just like last time. Her tone is wistful.
あのマシンは過去にしか飛べないらしい。
Time machine can only lead to the past. Dude, I totally thought that's what she was trying to tell us earlier. Whatever. The truth I heard from Daru plays in my head in an endless refrain. Like, I don't know, what did he expect was gonna happen? I thought this was obvious. Anyways,
この時代に来る
living with you guys in this time has been really fun. I was kind of shocked at first. Before I knew it, I started to enjoy spending time with you. I shake my head.
とにかくさ、
People don't fight in 2036. Everyone has dead eyes like fish.
笑いは
Nobody dreams. People smile, but they don't get sad. Everyone's a robot.
あの
You
時
got mad at me and made me happy. Suzuha looks at the time machine. Daru and Mayuri standing next to it, talking cheerfully about something or another.
君のラバに出
You're all so bright and full of life. I envy you.
椎名真由里も
And of course, you.
私も
I want to be more like you.
こうして頑張れて
It's thanks to all of you that I'm still going
ほ
strong.
んのちょっとでも
Being a lab mem, even for just a little while, was great. This time, I know what that smile means.
ほんのちょっとの間でも
Suzuha obviously knew from the beginning that if she traveled to 1975, she could never return.
カベリン太郎
Change the future. Make it a world like this one where people can be free. First time I heard her speak these words, I thought she was sentimental because she couldn't return to her original 2036. I was wrong. Forget about 2036. She can't even return here to 2010. Not without living 35 years. She'll be 54 when 2010 rolls around. The present us and the present Suzuha can never meet again. Suzuha chose this mission. Change the future to save Mayuri. Unless Suzuha travels to 1975, Mayuri will die. But then what about Suzuha herself? When she leaves for 1975, she'll have to sacrifice everything she has here. How does she feel about that?
思い出を
Do you
思い出を作った
you regret spending time with us?
どういうこと
What do you mean?
どうせ
You regret making new friends here? New memories? Do you wish you had kept your distance?
そうすれば
You've already abandoned one life, now you have to abandon another.
お前は事実
In
上
a sense, it's like you're killing yourself.
もしかして
Did Hashida Itaru tell you?
橋田至から聞いた
Suzuha frowns.
あいつもお前のこと
He's worried about you.
たく
Jeez, I told him not to tell anybody.
どうなんだ
Well, how do you feel about going to 1975?
お前は
どうもこうもないよ
It doesn't matter how I feel. Suzuha's expression suddenly hardens.
私は
I have to go. It's the path I chose, and it's what my dad wanted.
もし
What if we ask you to stay?
無視する
I'll go anyway.
チャンネルでも
One of those guys on that channel asked what right I have to change the future and decide the fate of the human race. He had a point.
影響を与えでもさ
But still, I don't want the future to turn out like that. I want the people in my time to be free like you. Free to laugh and play, fight and argue, get sad and cry.
未来を変えれ
If I change the future, then no one will die. Not you, not Shina Mayuri, and not my dad.
エゴかもしれない
Maybe I don't have the right, but I'm going anyway.
そのためなら
Even if you can never return?
何言ってんの
Oh, come on. The 70s aren't a bad time, you know? I'll find friends there just like you guys. We'll have a blast.
君たちみたい
It's like that, Suzuha's back to her usual self. But despite her cheerful smile, I'm certain her resolve was forged from fear and doubt the likes of which few can imagine. I was a fool to think my words could sway her. Beneath the clear blue sky, the time machine comes to life. Daru's repairs are complete. Mayuri and I help drain the last of the water out of the cockpit. The machine is still stuck in Radicon's wall, but that's a small matter. Daru gazes at the time machine with a satisfied expression. Mayuri's jumping for joy, and Kurisu, who ran over as soon as she completed the time leap machine, is visibly relieved. Meanwhile, Suzuha is struggling to attach her mountain bike to the time machine's exterior. She likes it so much she wants to bring it with her to 1975. Kurisu was worried it might cause a time paradox. My heart is still heavy. Did I let Suzuha leave like this? I chide myself for the thought. It's not my choice to make. Suzuha isn't from this time. If she doesn't want to stay, then I have no reason to keep her from leaving. God, I'm gonna... 42? I'm gonna be old. Suzuha finishes... 43. Finishes securing her bicycle and turns to us with a soft smile. It's not the painful forced smile I saw yesterday. We don't perform a startup test. Activating the time machine would draw too much attention. So we're just going to wing it. Fortunately, we have the time leap machine for insurance. My only regret is that we couldn't find her father. Thanks, guys. Really, I can't thank you enough. Don't forget about us. If you want to thank me, then let's make out. Ah, you're her dad! Control yourself, perv. Lab Mems pat Suzuha on the shoulder and offer words of encouragement, each in his or her own way. Alright, take this. Suzuha offers me her father's pin. In the end, we couldn't decipher the inscription. This is for you, Okabe. Keep it in the lab, will you? Somewhere out of sight is fine. Suzuha. Is she regretting her decision to leave? Is this pen meant to be proof that Amane Suzuha was here with us in this time? About the pin. Daru hesitates for a moment, then steps forward. Why don't we make duplicates for all the lab mems? Make it our symbol, I guess. Wow, that's a great idea! How unusually thoughtful of you. I don't know what to say. We already took a picture of it, so keep your pin. So keep your pin, Amaneshi. It belonged to your dad, right? Yeah, okay. I stay silent. There's nothing I can say. I could stop Suzuha from leaving if I tried, but unless she goes, I can't save Mayuri. Okay, everyone! Mayushi has an important announcement to make! Mayuri suddenly raises her hands and calls for attention. As usual, she completely fails to sense the gravity of the situation, though I suppose it's our fault for not telling her the truth about Suzuha's time machine. In any case, she has my attention. What could her announcement be? Could Mayuri have found out that she's fated to die? I quickly glance at Kurisu, but she seems just as confused as I am. Then what is it? Actually, Mayushi found Suzu-san's dad! Huh? What? Really? Mayuri puffs out her chest proudly. Wanna meet him? You do, don't ya? Well, he's here with us today! But where? Everyone, including me, starts looking around. Mayuri has us hook, line, and sinker. I scan the empty event hall, but there's no one else here. Where could he be? Allow me to introduce you. Suzu-san's dad is... Is that a drum roll? Suzu-san's dad is... Mayuri flashes Suzuha a grin. What? What? Okay. She thrusts her finger at Daru. I want to hear the explanation behind this. Our mouths drop. After awkward silence comes awkward laughter. That joke's not even logical. It's impossible for this perv to get married in the first place. Hey, that kind of hurts. I completely agree with Christina. Daru is fated to become a wizard when he turns 30. You could be nicer about it, guys. But it's the truth, so I can't object. Daru falls to his hands and knees, devastated. As for Suzuha herself, she clearly doesn't know how to react. You know, my dad wasn't fat. Jeez, you're also mean to Daru-kun. Mayushi's the only one to stand up for me. You're an angel, Mayushi. Do you love me? Nope. Harsh. Mayushi's 100,000,000% sure that Daru-kun is Suzuha's dad. Okay, what's your proof? I was thinking about the letters on Suzu-san's pin. After staring at it really hard, I noticed a 7 in 710 looked a little weird. It's not a 7, it's a 2. The line fell off the bottom. Really? Suzuha stares at the inscription on the pin again. It's so small, I can't tell. It's easy to see on the picture we took. 2010? But that's this year!
だったら
Then what do the letters mean?
何を意味する
Oshma. That's what's inscribed on the pin. That's easy! Okabe, Shina, Hashida, Makise, and finally, Amane.
ちょ
Oh, it was right in front of us all along. We just didn't know where to look.
これラボメンの
It's our initials?
2010
So I was thinking, why 2010? And then I remembered it's the year of the lab mems. Of the lab mems?
未来ガジェット
The Future Gadget Laboratory was founded this year.
そういうこ
So
と
that's what it is.
でね
And you know, Suzu-san has lots of stories about future Okarin and future Chris-chan, but not a single story about Daru-kun, right?
それを言うなら
There wasn't any about Mayushi either. Daru's observation startles me. It's an obvious thing to wonder about, but it strikes too close to home.
マユシーは
Well, Mayushi's a lab mem, but I can't make time machines, so I don't like fighting. Of course I'm not
そういう
famous.
ことも好きじゃない
No. The real reason there aren't any stories about Mayuri is because she dies in a few hours. Only Kurisu Suzuha and I know that, and we say nothing.
でもね
But Daru-kun's a super hacker, and Okarin's right arm. He even helped Okarin make Phone Wave-chan. So I thought it was strange Suzu-san didn't know him.
オカリンとダルくん
名前が出てこない
So you're saying he used a different name?
名前
すずさんがいたレジスト
Barrel Tider-san helped Okarin found the resistance, right?
で
And he was in Akiba in 2010.
タイムマシン
And he was able to build his own time machine.
オカリンの
And he knew about Okarin's reading spaghetti.
リーディング
Reading Steiner.
それについ
He
て
knew about it.
人で
Doesn't it fit Daru-kun perfectly?
確かに
He's right.
それにね
Do you remember the day Suzu-san went to meet her father?
タイムマシ
She
ン
thought he would be at the time machine offline meet.
お父さんに
We know that because we tailed her.
ちなみに
Daru-kun was supposed to be there too, right?
オフ会に行こうとしてたで
あれは
That meet was seriously important to the history of Japanese sci-fi. At least I got to sneak in while tailing Amaneshi.
まあ天音の
I don't remember that. It must have happened because of the D-mail I sent. This is the curse of reading Steiner. Although I keep my memory from previous world lines, I don't acquire memories of events on new world lines.
父さんから
Dad told me
オフ会の話
about that meet when I was little. I don't remember what he said exactly, but I thought I might be able to meet him there.
じゃあ
So if I'd been at the meet, everything would have been okay?
それ
うーん
I don't know. I don't think I'd have picked you out as my dad.
その時点では
Still, the evidence keeps piling up.
あとね
And then there's the time machine's name, FG204 something something. What was it?
FG204
FG204 second edition version 2.31. That naming sense. It's got to be Daru.
間違いなく
それに FG はね
And FG probably stands for Future Gadget.
と思うんだ
So Suzuha's time machine is Future Gadget number 204?
最後に
Finally, his name. Barrel Tiders has to be Daru-kun.
さんはね
そういえば
Come to think of it, last night Mayuri asked how to say barrel in Japanese.
って聞かれたけど
バレルはね
Barrel is taru in Japanese, right, Chris-chan? Kurisu nods. Taru,
タル
Daru?
タル
It's a pun?
でねでね
Okay, Suzu-san, say Hashire Taru 10 times fast.
なんで
Why?
言えばわ
Just say it and find out.
橋大たる橋大たる橋大たる橋大たる橋大たる橋大たる橋大たる橋大たる橋大たる橋大たる今大たって聞こえなかった
Just now, didn't it sound like tighter?
聞こえた
It did.
橋大たる橋
I know! Mayushi, like, everyone's like,
大たる
Hashidaitaru. Hashitaitaru. There, everybody thinks Mayushi's dumb, but she's smart in a different way.
マジで
For reals?
マジです
For super reals? I can't believe it. But with all this evidence laid out in front of me, I can't deny it either. Everyone's jaw drops again, only this time we're staring at Daru and Suzuha.
とっても似
I think she looks just like her father, but way more attractive.
プラシーボ効果かしらね
That could just be the placebo effect, but now that you mention it, they kinda do look alike.
お手柄だな
Nice work, Mayuri. You'll make a great detective one day. A detective? That's the first time anyone said that.
こと言われて
She's such a ditz most of the time, but maybe she's more perceptive than anyone knows.
ああ娘
My daughter?
話が
Amanashi is
僕の
my daughter? Daru, wide-eyed, points at Suzuha while flapping his lips like a fish out of water.
父さん
Dad! This is
そう
weird!
そういう時は
Oh, could you call me Papa instead?
こんな時ぐらい
Once in your life, don't be a perv.
父さん
Dad! Oh man. In real life, her dad died. Oh man. Why am I getting emotional? I hate Daru. Suzuha tries to hold back her tears, but can't. They fall from her eyes and roll down her cheeks. Ooh. Seeing this, Daru stops his joking and lets Suzuha speak.
私
I came, Dad. I came to see you. In the time machine you
父さんに
built.
会うために
うん
What? I'm so emotional. Yeah,
父さんのやろうと
I'm going to finish what you started. I promise. But... Mhm.
だから
Watch over me, okay?
見てて
見てるよ
I'm watching. Of course I am.
見てるよ
Suzuha walks up to Daru and hugs him gently. Daru awkwardly but firmly hugs her back. Father and daughter reunited across time. I'm truly glad we could bring them together.
ちなみに
But by the way, was your mother cute? Request petite girl with cute face and big boobs.
だけど
That's a secret! I mean, if she looks anything like Suzuha, you did way better than you deserve, Daru. When Suzuha finally steps away from Daru, she's smiling once again.
さてと
Well, that takes care of everything I wanted to do on this world line.
試練はきれそろそろ
Guess I should be going.
待て
Wait, you're going already? Don't you have more to say to your father? What am I doing?
父親と
Suzuha's mind is set. I know that nothing I can say will convince her to stay. It's madness to even try. If she stays, Mayuri dies. I know that. Why am I trying to stop her?
私は大丈夫
No, I'm fine now. I'm going to get an IBN 5100, just like I
手
promised.
に入れてみせるから
She looks at us with the face of a warrior.
未来を変えるのは
I'll bring it to you here in Akihabara. That's my duty, and I'll see it through.
私
The
は
rest is up to you.
荷物をお願い
Change the future, please.
変えてほしい
Nobody speaks, nobody nods. We don't have the words. But she sees it in our faces. Resolve. Suzuha has entrusted us with her will and her mission. We meet her gaze, each of us, and silently swear to protect them to the end. The future Suzuha came from is not the future we desire. In Suzuha's time, Daru and I fought to change it. This time, we'll make sure it never happened. Mayuri will live, Kuresu will be free. Suzuha will grow up knowing her father. We must change the future, that all these things may come to pass.
それじゃ
Well, see you in 35 years. So I guess it'll only be a few hours for you guys.
数時間後かあそうそう
Oh, I almost forgot. The time machine gives off terrific ultraviolet rays when it jumps, so make sure not to look directly at it.
直視しない方がいいよ
That final warning, Suzuha boards the time machine. She waves once, and then the hatch closes behind her. Moments later, the machine comes to life. A shrill alarm starts ringing. There are no other sounds. It makes less noise than I'd expect. People on the street below start shouting and cheering at the satellite's sudden activity. They all look up and point. My phone vibrates. I quickly take it out and open it. The mail is from Suzuha. Goodbye. When I failed to stop her on a previous world line, she sent me the exact same message before leaving. This time, the word holds a completely different meaning. I lift my eyes from the message to see the space around the time machine begin to warp. A cocoon of light appears and envelops the fuselage. I squint my eyes against the brilliance.
鈴葉
We will never see her again, not this Suzuha. Yes, we can seek her out in our time. I know that I'll make the effort. But the next time we meet, an immense gulf of time will have divided us. No matter how hard we wish it were different, she will not be the girl we knew. All of a sudden, Daru takes a step into the light.
鈴葉きっとまた会おうな
I'm sure we'll meet again.
僕その時まで頑張るから頑張るだなんてとっさにこんな言葉しか出なくて自分のボキャブラリーの貧弱さが嫌になるけどさ
I'll do my best until then. I hate myself for not knowing any other way to say it, but I'll do my best.
とにかく僕は頑張るから
I'll do my best, I promise.
鈴葉も
So Suzuha, do your best too. His words probably can't reach her anymore. As the light grows more intense, I raise my hand to shield my eyes. Bathed in radiant particles, the cocoon slowly, slowly unfurls. Next thing I know, Suzuha's time machine has vanished into thin air, leaving a hole the size of a dump truck in Radikon's wall. The air is thick with the smell of ozone and seems to pulse softly where the machine stood. We stand there for a while, staring silently at the empty spot where the summer breeze blows gently past, as if the wind were fate itself. Fortunately, we don't have time to mourn a departure. In about an hour and a half, Moeka's group will attack the lab. Where that happens, we need to acquire the IBN 5100 that Suzuha went to 1975 to obtain. When does this chapter end? Because if it doesn't end soon, I'm ending it here. I wonder how much further it is. The time machine's sudden disappearance has thrown the area into chaos, which makes it easy for us to slip out unnoticed. See you in 35 years, Suzuha said. 54-year-old Suzuha should be here in Akiba. Before she left, we decided the time machine's disappearance would be her cue to bring the IBN 5100 to the lab. When we return to the lab, there's no 54-year-old woman waiting for us. Seems Suzuha hasn't come yet. No more running. Kurisu gasps for breath while Mayuri calmly munches on a banana. Here's the thing that didn't happen. Reading Steiner. Cool, thanks. Thank you, Pit. As I tick the lab for any sign of Suzuha, a line of red numbers catches my eye. The meter reads 0.337187. Divergence hasn't changed. Reading Steiner didn't activate this time, so I suspected that might be the case. Let's think this through. I thought that divergence would change the instant Suzuha obtained an IBN 5100 in 1975. Maybe there's something else that needs to happen. Will it change the instant Suzuha hands me the IBN 5100? Will it change when we use the IBN 5100 to delete my email from CERN's database? At any rate, all we can do now is wait for Suzuha to arrive. Suzuha's 54 by now, right? After catching his breath, Daru speaks. My daughter is 30 years older than me. I don't know if I want to see that. Feels weird, man. You know, it wouldn't be unusual for her to have grandchildren by that age. You mean I could have great-grandkids? I don't know if I'm ready for that, man. Just be super nice to them. That's what grandpas do. Please don't call me grandpa. A knock on the door interrupts their idle chatter. It must be Suzuha. Everyone looks at me. With a strange mixture of anticipation and anxiety, I slowly open the door. Yeah. Okabe! Instead of an old woman, we get a wall of muscle. Her disappointment is palpable. Oh, it's you. Hey, have you seen my part-timer? Mr. Brown peeks into the lab. If you're looking for Suzu-san, she went 35 years.
Shut up, Mayuri.
Shut up, Mayuri. Kurisu covers Mayuri's mouth. You know something? Where'd that girl run off to? She took the last couple days off and I don't know when she's coming next. She won't even answer her phone. We don't have time for this, but I can't just order him to leave. Not unless I want another cracked skull. She said she went back to her hometown. She's probably gone for good. What? You sure? That brat, she didn't say a word to me. The future is changing. Isn't this proof? My previous leaps, Mr. Brown never came by the lab. It must be related to Suzuha's trip to 1975. No, it's not. Surely it's a good sign. Now, as long as the attractor field doesn't amend history again. Mr. Brown sighs, then turns to me with a serious expression. Well, whatever. I've got something for you, Okabe. For me? He hands me an envelope. It's addressed to Okabe Rintaro, but there's no stamp or postmark. The name Hashida Suzu is written on the back. What is this? It's from the lady who used to own this building! She asked me to give it to you on this day. She went back and bought the building! No! No, that's so sad! Who? How did you know Suzu-san anyway? Suzu-san? Suzu-san, of course! The name on the back reads Hashida Suzu. Hashida is Daru's surname. Where is she now? Huh? She passed away 10 years ago. Passed away? dead? A wave of dizziness nearly sweeps me off my feet. How old was she? Mid-40s, I think. Age fits. Thank you for taking care of this letter, Mr. Brown.
これもしかしてすずさん？
Is that from Suzu-san?
マジで
Seriously? Why did he have it? Mr. Brown clearly doesn't understand our reaction, and we're not about to explain. I thank him again. He grumbles a bit and leaves. As soon as he's gone, I break the seal and open the envelope. Inside is a handwritten letter. Characters are slightly messy, as if her hand was shaking as she wrote it. Our eyes, transfixed, begin to read.
岡部倫太郎様、
Dear Okabe Rintaro,
お久しぶりです。
it's me, Amane Suzuha, Ashida Taider's daughter. Been a long
田
time.
タイタン、あなたにとっては
Though for you, I'm sure only a few hours have passed.
今は
The date is June 13th, the year 2000,
これをあなたが言う
meaning I'm writing this 10 years before you will read it.
結論だけ
I'll get right to the point.
失敗した。
I failed, 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 I failed.
失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した私は失敗した失敗した
I don't like this. I really don't like this.
今は
The date is June 14th, the year 2000.
これをあなたが読む
About 9 or 10 years before you will read this.
失敗した
I failed.
私が私だと
I only remembered who I was 1 year ago today.
恐怖の大王
The day Nostradamus said the King of Terror would come.
バカだバカだ
Stupid, stupid King of Terror. He should have come and burned us all away.
私はこの20
For 24 years, I forgot who I was.
覚えていたのに
All I could remember was my name.
思い出したのは
I finally remembered 1 year ago.
恐怖の大王が
The day the King of Terror was supposed to come but didn't.
恐怖の大王の
There's no King of Terror, but I want to die.
修理が完全
The repairs were incomplete. The time machine malfunctioned. When I arrived in 1975, I couldn't remember anything.
それを今に
They found me lying in the street like a broken doll and took me to a hospital.
今は一人暮らし
Now I've been living on my own for years. That's as Hashida Suzu, a normal person who forgot the duty and the mission of Amane Suzuha I only remembered last year.
失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した
I don't like this. I don't like this. I hate this.
原因なの
Something went wrong. I don't know what. The repairs were incomplete, but it's not Dad's fault. It's mine.
すぐ1900
I should have gone straight to 1975. I shouldn't have stopped in 2010, but I was selfish and now the future is doomed.
IBN 5000
There's no IBN 5100.
ごめん
Sorry.
ごめんね
So sorry.
私は
For what purpose have I lived to this
い
age?
つまで生きてきたんだろう使命を忘
I
れ
forgot my duty and lived a carefree life instead.
こんな人生
Now my life has no meaning at all.
意味がない
It's worthless. Worthless.
思い出さなきゃ
I wish I hadn't remembered.
思い出せてよ
I'm glad I finally remembered.
君に謝る
I'm glad I had this chance to say sorry.
許して
Forgive me, forgive me, forgive me, forgive me.
私の計画は狂って
My plan failed.
しまった原因を
I spent this whole year asking myself why.
そして
I finally figured it out.
私が
If I hadn't postponed my leap to 1975, this wouldn't have happened.
岡部倫太郎
Okabe Rintaro.
君は
After the offline meet, you stopped me from going to 1975.
それはとても
I
嬉し
was
い
really happy, but that's where it all went wrong.
私はあの日
I should have left.
飛ばなき
I
ゃ
shouldn't have waited. That was my last chance.
止められたから
That night, there was a thunderstorm. My time machine was flooded.
タイムマシンが壊れてしまったもしも
If you can go back to that day, please, please let me leave.
そうすれば私は
Then I can bring you the IBN 5100.
使命を
I can fulfill my mission.
私は
Please, that's all I want.
父さんと
I promised Dad.
父さんの
This was his dream.
私の未来を
I want to change the future.
ごめん
I'm sorry.
ごめん
Sorry.
ごめん
Sorry.
こんな人生
My life was meaningless.
無意味だった
I'm fucked up. This fucked me up. This fucked me up. I'm fucked up. I'm gonna have nightmares. Like that's. My hands curl, crumpling the page. I realize I'm crying. Suzuha failed? She lost her memory? Her life was meaningless? This can't be happening. Nobody says a word. Their faces like mine are frozen in disbelief. I turned to Daru. He's whiter than a sheet. Daru, didn't you fix the time machine? I did. I thought I did. But I mean, that was my first time repairing a time machine. I might have missed something. Missed something? Whatever you missed cost your daughter 24 years of her life. I didn't do it on purpose. Calm down, both of you. Ashita did everything he could. He doesn't deserve your anger, Okabe. How can you be so calm? That's how I am. Sorry, now calm down. It's not Daru's fault, I know that. But it can't end like this, it can't. What was Suzuha feeling as she wrote this letter? I look again at the words scrawled upon the page, every character resonant with despair. I wanted to welcome her back with a smile. Instead, this. Suzuha is dead, 10 years gone. How did she die? Don't tell me. Mr. Brown must know what happened. I run to the window and check the street. Mr. Brown is outside closing up shop.
Mr. Brown!
Mr. Brown! I run downstairs. I don't want to know this, 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 I don't want to know this. Okabe, did you hear? That satellite up and disappeared. Everyone's talking about it. I guess it's already made the news. Please, I need to know. Huh? Know what? Hashida Suzusan. How did she die? Why do you want to know that? He looks at me hard. I meet his stare unflinching. I don't know anything about how she died. I need to know what her last moments were like. I feel it's my duty to know, to engrave her memory into my heart. Sounds like you've got a reason. What I want to know is how you knew her. It was an old acquaintance. That's all I can say. A very old acquaintance, but I still remember the time I spent with her. So please, tell me. I don't like to talk about it, but alright. Listen good, Okabe. I slowly nod, and then I get my answer. Suicide. Word drops on my heart like an anvil. My knees give out, I collapse to the pavement. Suicide. She hung herself at home. I was the one who found her. My life was me. I recall the last words she wrote in her letter, words of unimaginable despair. She didn't deserve so bleak an end. She became unstable about a year before it happened. Before that, she was a nice, cheerful lady. This building was hers. She gave me a place to stay. She had no relatives, you know. Almost no one came to her funeral. It was a sad thing to see. She handed me that letter a week before it happened. She told me to give it to a young man named Okabe Rintaro and this exact date. When you moved in upstairs, I thought Suzu-san must have seen the future or something. Enough. I can't take it anymore. I try to stand, but my legs betray me. I stumble, but before I fall, a small body supports my shoulder. Okarin, are you okay? Mayuri. It must be taking all her strength to hold me up. Same, Cliff. Exact same. Did Mayuri hear how Suzuha died? Her eyes are wet, her lips are trembling. Still, she's the one supporting me. Mayuri and I bow deeply to Mr. Brown and return to the lab. When we get back, Daru is seated at his computer, head on the table. Curtis is standing in front of the TV, watching an excited reporter talk about Rowdycon. The disappearance of the satellite is huge news, obviously. The lounge is silent, save for the TV. I look at the table. The divergence meter still reads 0.337187. It hasn't changed since before Suzuha left. What went wrong? I can't go back 10 years with the time leap machine. I can't do anything about Suzuha's death. Should I have stopped her from leaving after all? Maybe then this tragedy wouldn't have happened. Oh, what choice did I have? I can't save my area without the IBM 5100. Suzuha had to travel to 1975. I consider my options. But if I redo these 2 days again, could Daru fix the time machine so this doesn't happen? Fixing the time machine even possible? Daru's skills are second to none, and the time machine was built by his own hand 26 years in the future. It seems logical that he would be able to fix it. But look at it another way. It took Daru 26 years to learn enough to build the time machine, and he had to reverse engineer CERNs to do it. Maybe it's unreasonable to expect our Daru to perform flawless repairs in only 2 days. In that case, can I have Daru use the time leap machine and repeat these 2 days until he repairs it? No, he'll have to start from scratch each time. 2 days just aren't enough. I collapse into the sofa and bury my face in my hands. Mayuri sits next to me and gently rubs my back. I'm grateful for her kindness. I recall what Suzuha wrote. If you can go back to that day, please, please let me leave. The email I sent. Could that be the cause? The original world line, Suzuha leapt back to 1975 after failing to meet her father. Unsatisfied with that outcome, I sent a email to convince myself to follow Suzuha and prevent her from leaving. As a result, she remained in 2010 for an additional 4 days. That night, the time machine was damaged by a thunderstorm. If I hadn't followed Suzuha that day, if I hadn't sent that email to myself, her time machine would not have malfunctioned. It would have arrived safely in 1975. The solution is obvious. I need to cancel that email. But can I really do that? If I change the past so Suzuha leaves, won't that undo the 4 days we spent together? Our frantic search through the streets of Akiba, her heartfelt confession on the roof of Radicon, her tearful reunion with her father Daru, all of it will be undone. What do I do? An urgent bulletin pops up on the TV. There's only one thing you can do, fool. Bomb threat suspends Yamanote, Sobu, Keihin Tohoku lines. Oika's men will be here any minute. No time to think, no time to hesitate. I run downstairs, break into the brown tube workshop, and turn on the 42-inch CRT. Then I return to the lab and activate the time leap machine. Ritsu demands answers. I can see the fear in her eyes. We can't just leave it like this. I have to do something. Okabe. But Okarin, are you sure? Don't try to stop me, Mayuri. I can't let this stand. There are 2 options. I can cancel the D-mail that convinced me to pursue Suzuha. Sending a contradictory D-mail should do the trick. Or I can time leap again and prevent Suzuha from leaving. 2 options, but really just one. Do not hesitate, Okabe Rintaro. Hesitation is unforgivable. You already know what you must do. That should be enough to convince me to let Suzuha go. Krisu, you're good at remembering dates, aren't you? Well, sure. When did we throw that party for Suzuha? 4 days ago, August 9th. You're sending a D-mail, Okarin? Won't that make everything disappear? 4 days. It may not sound like much, but at that time we forged a definite bond with Suzuha. Send this D-mail is to sever that bond. I know that. But this is the only choice I have. I set the phone wave to 97 hours ago. This D-mail should arrive a few hours after the first. Now I just need to send it. Save Mayuri. That is my purpose. That is what drove me to leap through time. I'll do whatever it takes to save her. This is just one more sacrifice. Erase the time you spent with Suzuha. Destroy whatever bond you had. Send the D-mail. Push the button. Isn't that what Suzuha wants? You'll be saving her from 25 years of loneliness, from ending her life in utter despair. Save Suzuha, save Mayuri. This is the right thing to do. This is right. Really? Is erasing those memories really the right thing to do? Isn't that just running away from reality? Shouldn't I try time leaping first? Maybe there's another way. What should I do? What's the right choice? Stop, you're starting to doubt. Never doubt. I don't know the answer, but I need to reach a conclusion or else I can't do it? What do you mean you can't do it? What do you mean? Acting on impulse, I don the headgear and punch in a 48-hour time leap. Do you have a plan? I ignore her and bite down hard on my lip. As a taste of blood fills my mouth, I press the button. The world twists, my legs shake, I cover my eyes and wait for my senses to return to normal. 1,000 emotions stampede through my skull, then fade away. I stare vacantly at Kurisu, who's standing in front of me. First I can't hear her over the buzzing in my ears, but little by little, her voice becomes clear. We've only been at it for 2 days and you're already exhausted. Kurisu thrusts her finger at me like an angry school teacher. Still plenty of time to find the pin. You don't have to be in such a hurry. If you collapse, what then? I won't be worried about you, but Mayuri sure will. Take care of yourself, got it? Time leap worked. Yeah, got it.
分かってる。
Back to the pit. If that's a spoiler, I swear to God I'm gonna kill you. I nod to Kurisu, then collapse onto the sofa. I couldn't sacrifice either of them. In a sense, I'm running away. But there is no other choice. No other way to save Suzuha and Mayuri both. In 2 days, Mayuri will die, and Suzuha will be lost to the past. If these 2 days are all we have left, then all I can do is repeat them. Forever. Let these 2 days be the rest of my life. The wind caresses my cheek. I push down on the pedals and begin the ascent up Harumi Bridge. The spokes revolve rhythmically, reflecting the sunlight. Sweat oozes out of every pore, but it's not unpleasant. It feels good, healthy, like running around the school field as a child. The weather's so nice! Ugh. Why did I have to come along? Same here. The wind's too strong. You're a little chubby, Daru-kun. I think you need to exercise more. That neckbeard master race. No, more like fucking spoiler, and we do not. You have no idea. Leading the way at a terrific pace is Suzuha on her trusty mountain bike. What a view! From here you can see across Tokyo Bay all the way to Rainbow Bridge in the distance. Akiba and the jumbled sprawl of central Tokyo are two hours ride behind us. Here on this artificial island there are only skyscrapers and vacant lots, one extreme or the other. One time I took the bus to Akiba after Kamima, so I already knew how close it was, but I never thought I'd come here by bike. Except for Suzuha, we're all using rent-a-cycles. I wanted to change the pace from the search for the unfindable pin, so I proposed a cycling expedition. Of course, I already know who the pin belongs to and who Suzuha's father was. I'm really pissed because that's like a super cool mechanic and I would have loved to find it on my own. But I've chosen not to tell anyone. If at all possible, I want to spend these 2 days in peace and delay Suzuha's time travel. That is my goal now. I thought this trip would be a waste of time at first, but I guess people need to take a break once in a while. I'd rather be working on the time leap machine. This just proves that I belong indoors. You two are all worn out, eh? Come on, guys. Stamina is the key to survival. Kurisu and Daru are exhausted, while Suzuha and Mayuri are still going strong. I already know the distance between Akiba and Ariake, so I'm able to pace myself in order to conserve energy. Water? Where's a vending machine? I could kill for a glass of water. Sorry, but there's no convenience store until we cross another bridge after this one. Tough it out. You serious? I can't. It's impossible. Hi, Cliff. Wow, Okarin, you really know the area. Have you been here before? Yeah, many times. How long have I been living in this closed loop of time? It's already getting hard to keep track of the days, so instead I think in 2-day cycles. This should be the 4th cycle. This time, only I know that Mayuri's fated to die. By keeping that secret, I allow us to spend these days like normal kids our age would. This cycling expedition is part of that. Suzuha and Mayuri enjoy the ride, so I make sure we do it each time I repeat the loop. Our current destination is Tokyo Big Sight, the massive convention center in Ariake. In a few days, it will be home to Kamima, the world's largest doujinshi marketplace event. Big Sight's straight ahead. It shouldn't take more than 10 minutes to get there. Let's take a break first. Daru has used up the last of his strength. While still on his bike, he rests his body against the guardrail separating us from the road. I turn and pull up next to Daru's bike. It's not safe there. Come on. Let me resist. I said it's not safe. I sigh and pull Daru up by the arm. Okay, okay. Daru stands up. A second later, a huge truck speeds past. The gust of wind left in its wake nearly bowls us over. The bridge sways beneath our feet. That was close! It probably wouldn't have hit him anyway, but still, best to be careful. You saved me, Okarin. You know, that was almost like Okarin saw the future. You got a D-mail, didn't you? Mayuri's innocent smile. Kurisu's cynical grin. For them, it's a joke, but they're not mistaken. The only thing they got wrong was that I didn't send a D-mail. I time-leaped. Suzuha's eyes meet mine. She was laughing just a moment ago, but now she looks confused, uncertain. I avert my eyes.
聖地よ
Holy Land, I have returned! Daru, his vigor restored, faces Big Sight with his arms spread wide.
人がいない時に来るの
Wow, I've never seen it this empty.
こんなに広かったのね。
Look at all that space. It's hard to believe they filled this whole area during Kamima. In the emptiness, it's easy to see how truly majestic Big Sight is. At Kamima, when you're wading through a sea of people, it's just another big building.
ねえね
Hey, Mayushi's hungry.
えお腹空いちゃった
近くにファミレス
Isn't there a restaurant nearby? Let's take a break.
休みしようよ
帰りも同じ。
I can't believe we have to bike all the way back. What a nightmare.
それを考えたら鬱だ。
The three of them go searching for the family restaurant. Suzuha's still gazing at Big Sight.
鈴葉
What's wrong, Suzuha?
どうした
Ask the question, though I already know how she'll answer. She's excited to see Big Sight in real life.
ビッグサイト
I'm excited to see Big Sight in real life. Suzuha's eyes are shining.
2036年には
It's gone by 2036, you know.
より大規模な
They cleared it to make way for bigger, better convention centers. Tokyo's full of them in my time. They even moved the dome out
ド
there.
ームだって
Suzuha points to the middle of Tokyo Bay.
でもささっき橋田イタルが言ってた
Hashida Itaru called it the Holy Land. Is that how you see it in this time?
コミマっていう
So this is where they have Komima.
でしょ
I've heard of it. Hundreds of thousands of people come, right? Mom said that's where she met my dad.
なるほ
Ah, so your mother was a
ど
Fujoshi.
お前の母親
I've always wanted to see this place. Thank you, Okabe Rintaro.
ちょっとだけ
I feel
父さん
closer to my dad now.
する
Night, Maya. A sharp pain stabs through my heart. I know who Suzuha's father is. He's right over there. But I won't tell her. Not until the afternoon of the 13th, when the time leap machine is complete. For now, I just want to prolong these 2 days of peace.
おかり
Okarin, Suzu-san! Come on, come on!
ほら呼んで
That's us. Come on, I'm starving!
私も
Suzuha grabs my hand and we take off running. Somehow, I manage to force a smile. Today was fun. Tomorrow will be fun. Every day will be fun forever. Yeah, and so it just keeps repeating itself, I'm assuming, until we do something different.
気持ちいいね
What button do I press to skip?
なんで僕がこんなことに付き合わなきゃ
Does anything change?
デブオタ上等
いい景色だな
Yeah.
それまではさただの
私は
二人ともだらしないなそんなんじゃ生き残れないよ
水は自動販売機は
It tells us about the mechanic, but it doesn't tell us how to use it. It's like spoiling Undertale.
人殺しもできそうだお
Well, let's do it. Should it be fun? Where would I go to do this? If I click, that doesn't work. Or do I have to... I actually don't know how. I'm assuming maybe I have to just go back in time because there's no way to do it from here. Because like this is a kind of ending. Yeah. Well, it's a good thing that I saved when I did. Get a... Okay, I thought I got an email and I was like, what? Now I just need to send it. Save my Yuri, that is my purpose. That is what drove me to leap through time. I start up the microwave. I'm assuming that once I time travel, it'll end the chapter. The discharge begins immediately. I place my thumb on the send button. Are you sure? Mayuri's voice is choked with tears. My memories with Suzu-san will disappear. Is that really okay? Memories flash through my head. Being with you guys, even for just a little while, was great. I'm going to finish what you started, Dad. I promise. Well, see you in 35 years, though I guess it'll only be a few hours for you guys. Change the future, please. Suzuha, I've made my choice. I won't ask for your forgiveness. Ultimately, I'm doing this to save Mayuri. But at the same time, the words you spoke on that rooftop are still strong in my heart. You entrusted me your hope for the future. If I'm to honor that wish and fulfill mine, then the time we spent together can never have happened. It went up. Yep, as I thought. Chapter 7. Cool. We will save and end it there. Maiden complex. Sounds very English. Made in complex. So, would anybody like to share their one good thing that happened to them today or something that they're looking forward to while I try to find some nice musics? Good night, Thorn. Yeah, I guess technically we got a bad end. If we hadn't saved, or if I hadn't saved earlier, then it would have been a bad end. A tour of an office? Nice. Good night, Plue. Get to go get a massage on Tuesday and Thursday? Nice. A great taco shop. Within walking distance? Oh man, that is a massive win. Aw, that's cute, Maya. It's a bad end, one where you live forever with your friends. I mean, it's a I bet, you know, how much fun is it spending time with your friends if your friends say the same thing every single time? I haven't gotten a chance to do that, Thorn. I'll let you know. Good job, Grand Isle. I wish you the best of luck. The very best of luck. A vacation in a week does count. You and Spaghetti, Connor. Good night, Thorn. Ooh, ice cream. Well, man, I'm glad y'all are having good times. I definitely... Today was a day. Today was a day. But there were good things about it. And I can have cake. I can eat cake when I'm done. So I'm probably gonna go eat cake. What I'll do... Is tomorrow Monday? Man, my sense of time is all screwed up. I blame the game. Yeah, but one good thing is that I'm gonna eat cake. Yes. Yes, yes, yes? What is yes, yes, yes? Yes? Yes, it's Monday. That's what you guys are saying yes to. Yeah, okay. I was like, suddenly yeses. Yeah. I'm fine. I'm a little disappointed. But yeah, that's probably what you're reading. But the cake will make up for it. Oh, because you're already ahead, Kue? Yeah. Time zones are very weird. Very weird. Or weird. Also weird. 9 a.m.? Good God. Okay. Tuesday will be STP. Man, you know, almost literally any day will be better than today. Today was like one of those days where you try to do a thing and then it goes wrong and leads to 4 other things that you need to fix that all go wrong. It was like that kind of day. So the good news about today is that it's over. And my apartment is clean, I get to eat cake, and then tomorrow's gonna be a better day. The game was bad design? I don't know. No, I don't think so. Like, especially considering fixing a coding error you've had for 2 weeks? Good God. Congratulations. The thing is, I think I would have been able to figure it out on my own. And if I would have needed help, then I would have been able to ask for help. But I think I would have been able to figure it out on my own. I'm kind of like, I don't know. It was a really cool thing that this game did that I don't think any other visual novels have done, and I'm just like, I'm a little sad that I missed out on the opportunity to discover it, you know? Today already is another day. Yeah, it spends a lot of time in the very beginning of the way. It spends a lot of time in the beginning of the game showing you how you can like click on the phone and answer it, probably for precisely this reason. I'm wondering how many other times during the game you have the option to do stuff like that. Yeah, kind of, Mops. It's kind of one of the things I literally hate the most. Like, but it's fine. No use crying over spilled milk, you know? I don't have a time leap machine, so I can't time leap to the past. Although if I would, if I had one, I don't think I would do that. I'm sure, I don't think that they meant to do it, Cliff. So, good night, Len. Yeah, especially when it's a narrative-driven game. It's been a rule. I didn't think that I had to state it, but I will put it. I will say if yeah. Anyways, regardless of that, thank you for coming to the stream. Thank you to the people who resubscribe / joined the fold. I can't add that rule, but here's the thing. If I add that rule, I'm going to get a lot of people purposefully spoiling games for me. Is my fear. I will think about it tomorrow. I will think about it more tomorrow when I am calmer. But like I said, thank you guys for coming. Thank you to MJ for donating. Thank you all for subscribing. And thank you guys for watching, too. I hope that you have a very good night. / morning. / workday. I hope that you have a very good whatever you're about to do. Tomorrow will be better. Good night.